about to be. Yeah, you'll finally get the best of me. Yeah, you're never gonna wanna leave, no. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we won't die. We survive. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we won't die. We survive. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we won't die. We survive. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we won't die. We survive. And I'm almost there. Be right there. Be right there.
Hello, shitty bananas. Hey Fishy. Hey Eric, hey Pulse, hey Lindsay.
80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we don't die. We survive. Texting and crying, but it won't last. Leaving all the pain in the past. Toxicity with so much passion. All the best things, they never last, yeah. Now I'm in between who I was and who I'm about to be. Yeah, you finally get the best of me. Yeah, you're never gonna wanna leave now. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we won't die. We survive. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we won't die. We survive. Lately, I'm doing my own thing. Yeah, they always
Oh,
try to
Pulse
copy
has to
me.
go to school tomorrow.
Monopoly, yeah. Don't you even try to talk to me, no. Did you hear what I said? If we're not growing, then we're already dead. Why'd you leave me flowers at the foot of my bed? Heart is feeling heavy like it's made out of lead. Yeah, now I'm in between who I was and who I'm about to be. Yeah, you'll finally get the best of me. Yeah, you're never gonna wanna leave, no. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we won't die. We survive. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care. You and I, we won't die. We survive. 80, I'm almost there. Flying, but I don't care.
Don't worry, you'll all grow up. You'll all grow up and won't have to go to school anymore. And then you'll get to adulthood and then you'll wish to yourself, oh, I wish I was back in school again. School is for everybody, bro. I don't know why. I always seem to do better in my mock exams than I did in my actual physical exams. Watching Freebots. How do you know I went full map? I might have meant full map. Oh, I bet we was all landed on that little island there. To visit near the Foundation statue. Weapons all ready for war. You do. At least 75. Hey, bot boy. I mean, hey, JP. You can't exactly call yourself trained if you didn't listen, bro. Hey Gaza, long time no see. Now why has Mertz copied my Discord name? I've been good, guys, and I've been good. It's a good job I'm here then, Amal. Just calling peace control digging. Best we best start. Best we best start. Taxi man has entered out of his session in the shower. Alright, let's start. Can you really call him your friend if he unfriended you? Unless he unfriended you for a reason. Did you make him angry? Did you make him angry or anything? messed up that, didn't I? Who do we spectate? I don't think anybody would have hacked your account just to remove your friend. Now the question is, who have you been sharing your password with? Bruh, stop blaming people in my chat. Now, why would digging know your your account and your password? course, some kids don't like to take advice, but I know who the last player alive is. It's that drip fishy sus. You just walk past some buried treasure, Gaza. And here is next. That's our controller player, Cranks 90s. Always stay to your left hand side as you're building up. Anthony hasn't been on in about 5 months. Bro, even using milestones is against game policy. See, a Zen just makes aim assist even more. The Zen takes advantage of the already in place aim assist. Because Gaza's good. He's just playing around with fishing. Pull sends. GG's. Pulse uses a Zen with his 120 FPS. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, Donald Mustard. I'd like to report a user of using a Zen. Or just send you the epic username. Yeah, sure, I'll do that. No one's aim is on point as much as mine. You know what the saying is, Pulsey boy. Knowledge is power. My keyboard and mouse skills just need to go in the trash. You got a gambling, bro? Oh, I woke up with so many aches and pains today. It was unbelievable. No, Jake, you can't 8-ball your coins. It don't work like that. Well, I wake up, I suffer with all sorts of joint pains, me. I think Bugsy was implying that you were leaning on your knees doing something else there. I know full well about arthritis though. I've got it in that many joints, I sound like a clicking machine as I'm walking about. Right, let's start, and anybody that hasn't, smash that like button. I'm actually booked in at the rheumatologist on the 3rd of March. been waiting a year and a half for this appointment. Well, the battle sure is. Confirm. Bitchy. Fishy trying to get me with those clingers. Bro, I've not practiced though. I've not practiced for keys, mate. I did some keyboard and mouse in about a week. Of course I'm gonna be rusty. Takes a bit of time to get into the rhythm of pressing edit button and left mouse button. Pasta with tuna and greens. See, for me it'd have been pasta with tuna and sweet corn. I had a good old stew for my dinner. And I have leftover. Mercs is definitely going to be a poor man when he gets older. He's going to spend his entire day in the bookies, living off of 50 pence per head. I know, that's the only thing it says, is gamble, gamble. Probably mutters gamble in his sleep. That's the biggest carp in chat. Early signs of a gamble addict there, you know. That spider web kind of spurted out something nasty. Not a lot of people use visual audio, you know. Or should I say visual sound effects? Ooh, zen me baby, zen me. Now where's that sneaky backer? Pardon me. Or should we say, where's that sussy backer? Corona smack. GG's. Poor fish, you don't even get a chance. It's alright, I'm getting my switch out in this game. I'm gonna come at you all with my switch. Oh. I do much better when people don't know my location 24/7. That's why I clap kids in public pubs. Gotta be done, no, bro. Gives you a taste of my world. Don't worry about it, Lindsay. I know a lot of people I'd give the middle finger. You know what the Russian military need to do? They need to form a coup. Form a coup against Vladimir Putin. Form a coup and publicly execute him. Alright, let's start. Love. Been a little bit late on that one, Colby. A little bit late on that. Here's Pussy Boy. No. I think you typed in that wrong code, dude. If you're watching, make sure the stream is, make sure the little live icon at the bottom is flashing red. Who said you could turn that radio music off? I may or may not be invited to that. Not on top of there for you silly bugger. Where's your shield gone? You can always carry a shield in your pocket. It's the most essential thing you need in a fight. Oh, someone just got eliminated by a shark. Who's that poor fella that got eliminated by the shark? Come on. someone on a spidey web. And Pulsey Boy's words are, I don't swing snipe. I don't like it when people swing snipe me. The whole lobby's gonna be coming for you now, Pulse. I think you need to install that latest script, Pulsey Boy. Anyway, shout it out. Alright, Diggins been secretly practicing, it's gonna come in and clap his all. Gonna come in and do those quadruple high ground piece control retakes. It's Flixie the blender. I smell 2 rats in there. Two rats trying to form a family. It's Flitzy the Bender. If you like, guys, and I'll show you how to use a sniper rifle properly. What did poor fishy boy do to you? He just wanted to get out of it. That wasn't even the guy that you was chasing, you know. To the U to the H. That's how we spell sussy, bro. Oh, so it were Bugsy and Mercs that were teaming, was it? Mercs is the only default on the island. Bugsy ran faster than a crackhead's universal credit claim payment. One almost got cocky then. Almost got cocky because I don't know how to use a sniper rifle properly. Sometimes you gotta flick those sniper shots into them. Like the old flick shots that people do on mouse. Jeez, chat, don't all talk at once, will you? I can guarantee if we did a hide and seek, someone will eliminate me before I even get a chance to start seeking. I've seen more skill in a kindergarten. That was a joke before anybody takes it too seriously. Well, guys, you've just been gambling with them, so you can use them to keep yourself busy by gambling, keep yourself busy by heisting, or you can give them away. Just a commodity to keep you busy in chat. If I start for Ukraine, Bugsy, how about you not team for Ukraine? I seen you run fast when Gaza spotted you both in that gas station. I seen you run faster than a crackhead universal credit payment goes. Stop capping. So was you the one that died to a shark? So you must have been the one. You must have been the one that died to the loot shark then. So TSM Shitebag, as we call him. Some anonymous kid died to a loot shark. So if you died if you was in active and died, you must have been the one that died to the shark. Make your mind up. One minute TSM died. 1 minute TSM was teaming with Mercs, and then now you're saying it was TSM that died to the shark. Marshmallow to a cat. Welcome back, Actiman. Homemade Kinder cheesecake. Can't beat homemade cheesecake. I hope it had plenty of mascarpone cheese and cream. Look at all of you caught red-handed. nail polish. Darkness sands, digging wax as a nail polish. Well, hello there, fake Mr. Beast. Think you need to take a bath, Bugsy? You almost died to your own stench. Bugsy, what are you carping for? We know that's you. We know it's you, Mercs and TSM. It's the same with the people with the photos and the profile pictures in that as well, Flixie. The whole world stands for Ukraine. I know, real safe distance. Well, Europe's actually sending ammunition, actually sending weapons in now, aren't they? But Putin's already advised his nuclear team to be on standby. Because of all economic and financial sanctions that they're imposing on him. Well, Germany is sending in anti-tank technology. Right then, Jamie, if you're real, where's your verification mark? Well, Diggin, he's been stuck in isolation with a select few people for the last 2 years that have been ringing in his earballs. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna donate Bugsy's and Merx's points to Ukraine. It hasn't been confirmed or not if all the planes were shot down by the same person. Since they stand together as a team in this game, I'm going to donate all the points. Yeah, no one said the planes didn't, but they just said there's no evidence. There's no evidence that all 6 planes were shot down by the same person. And what I think's sickening as well is, I've noticed on TikTok there's people misleading people. There's people on TikTok actually misleading people, saying that they're bang smack in the middle of a war zone, begging for gifts and that. Even though you can clearly tell it's actually false. It's actually false live streams. How disgusting some people are. Some people actually try to make a profit out of a crisis. I think those sort of people are just sick in their head. They need a bullet. They need a 50 caliber assault rifle, 50 caliber sniper rifle sticking to their head and pulling the trigger. Oh, they should bring back public executions for people like that. It was the same. It was the same back in the States as well when the Twin Towers came down. A lot of people profited millions from buying stocks on the stock market. I've always said it, mate, and I'll say it again. All Earth needs is another life form to impose threat against us from a distant galaxy or something, and the entire world will be united. Until the aliens pose a threat to the human race, we'll be at each other's throats. Maybe digging, maybe. Those ancient gods waiting up there to be defrosted. He caught you by surprise. That's how you lost to this guy, guys. He caught you peeping through that glory hole. That's what happens when you eat your food too fast, Darkness. You're meant to chew before you swallow. Bro, it's only a demon you're herding. It's only that poltergeist. I don't want to burst your bubble. I don't want to burst your bubble, Lindsay, but it wasn't 2010 when the Twin Towers collapsed. GG's. It was, in fact, in 2001. I am 29. I was 9 years old when the Twin Towers got struck. I actually remember seeing it on the news. The way I remember it was I was a TV bug back then, and I was actually sat watching, I think it was CITV, back when that was actually a thing on ITV, and it came up, disturbed the programming. Yeah, it was actually 3 days after my birthday as well. September 11th, 2001. Gaza, you wasn't even a twinkle in your dad's eye then, bro. Yeah, they do. But if you actually look at the evidence, the third building actually went down like a controlled explosion, like a controlled demolition. People only really saw the two main towers. Darkness has been doing his homework. It's like, hold on a minute. Let me go work this stuff out. Let me get my calculator out. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, you could have just done. You could have just simply ignored the 20 altogether and just taken away one. Simplified maths. Don't lie, you got that mobile out. You were like, Google, what's 2022 take away 2001? Someone slap Flixie sideways. I have a feeling Flixie was born between 2005 and 2007. Which makes you at least 15 if it's 2007 you was born. See, I remember these things. I vaguely remember you telling me that you're 15. No, it's not, because we're in 2022. add 3 years, take it to 2010. Then add another 10 years, that takes it to 2020, so that's 13. And add another 2 years is 2022, which makes 15. Someone's maths incorrect there, bro. If you were born in 2007, you'd have been 15. No longer in 2020, you know. The year is 2022. Yeah, 2005 would make you 17. 2007 would make you 15. Well, series, imagine having the last city. He's 15, I believe. He's not mature enough to be a 17-year-old. That's the power of that 10 billion terabyte storage in my head. All you lot are still using 10% of your brain capacity, I'm using 25. I've got my own personal sonar. I'm like a dolphin. Bro, are you really trying to box a frog? It's not tadpole season, you know. Blixie, I remember you telling me. What did you even do to that frog? He's putting on that top and bottom deadlock. Or them deadbolts, as they call them. Those Irish do have big families though. Ah, so you're one of those people digging. Or like my mother does. Rizzling over at webcam lens. Pretty obvious, bro, when you've got it as your epic username. It's one of those subconscious things though, isn't it? Once you do it, you constantly do it. I used to be the same. Whenever I'd use a laptop, I'd push a piece of paper up between the casing and the camera lens. With my PC, I don't even have my webcam plugged in. Wouldn't you though? If I was Elon Musk, I wouldn't even use it. I wouldn't even use a computer that's not on a closed circuit system. Someone's getting pistol whipped with a Zen. That's why I went for the pistol owner challenge. Dun, dun, dun. He just switched that Zen up to max throttle. GG for now, guys. Bum, bum, bum. And tell all the kids are sleeping tonight. All getting an early night for that back to school mayhem. Flix is locking his doors and windows because he knows I'm in County Mayo. And I'm coming for him. I'm up there visiting family. Nah, I don't need a knife, I got that ice pick. I got that ice pick, that bottle of salt. And a few other little tricks up my sleeve. I'm gonna tie him up. I'm gonna make slits in his arms and legs, and then I'm gonna rub salt in it. And then while the salt's seeping into his wounds, I'm going to pull out my pliers and I'm going to slowly, individually pull off each one of his fingernails. You wouldn't believe my torture methods, guys. Let's just hope I don't become a serial killer and you'll become my next victim. Because it wouldn't be very pleasing. Hey, Vivek. And then what I'll do is while I pulled your fingernails off, I'll get that battery acid and sit your feet in it. Sit your feet in that battery acid, whilst also setting up a bunch of heat lamps and watching you slowly bubble away to the intense heat. Almost like a roast pig on a spit. Let's just say I've watched too many horror films. I've watched all 3 of the Hostel movies. Some crazy ideas on there. Our skin Vivek alive. Bro, I'm not bad. I sat and ate a full course meal in front of the first Hostel movie. Bro, how can you hate tomatoes and lemons? Is there something wrong with you? Honestly, get me in a room with Putin, I'll show him what real violence is. Tomatoes and lemon are like the best combination. Chopped tomatoes, chopped cucumber, a bit of chopped up feta, and a bit of parsley all tossed in a drizzle of lemon. Now that's what you call a combination. Now, why would you waste a good piece of liver like that? Stick that piece of liver in frying pan with a bit of onion. What about lemon juice on pancakes, bro? Pancake day on 1st of March. Sea salt help brings out the sweetness of tomatoes. Yep. Get yourself a nice pancake. Sprinkle some sugar on it and then a couple of drops of lemon juice. Oh, it's perfection. See, sometimes savoury and sweet are a good combination, bro. Same for me, digging. These kids won't even eat a pancake without a bit of Nutella, without a bit of Nutella on it this day and age. Always a fun thing we made in school as well. Pancakes with sugar and lemon. I do that with my leftover lemon. Whenever I've got leftover lemon after I've squeezed most of the juice out, I'll eat all the pulp. Bro, sprinkles are illegal now, didn't you know that? Sprinkles are now a choking hazard. Nah, they're not a choking hazard, but I know they are illegal. See, it's because the sprinkles contain a regulated additive. So it's a red food colouring that is an E127, which is outlawed in the UK. That's why you don't see them on donuts and that anymore. Easiest win ever, that Barry. It's because the container colouring called Fraton, or however it's pronounced. So it's against British trading standards. Oh, I remember those. I remember those lemon bottles. Oh, good old Jif cleaner. Oh, freshly cooked donuts are just the best, especially when you're at the coast. Bro, you shouldn't be drinking coffee at your age. And it's E14 Summit. It's because it contains E127. Anything that contains E127 should be illegal. See, the M&Ms that I prefer is the peanut M&Ms and the crispy M&Ms. Right, let's start in 3, 2, 1, blast off. How can you not like M&Ms? Why did he steal your hose out of your pocket? I've tried chocolate covered pretzels. Well, chocolate covered flips. Do you know what I do love though is Jacob's Twiglets. Jacob's Twiglets that are coated in Marmite. They're just the best. For some reason it's the bitterness in them that gets me all excited. It might have just fallen out of your pocket, bro. I've had that happen to me. I've left my house, walked down to the store, walked down to the shop, which is literally 3 minutes away from my house, and lost it, and a fiver fell out of my pocket within that distance. Couldn't see it, but I couldn't see it for my life. It was the borrowers. Those little people that live under the shelves. It was like, yes, I'm buying my shopping on on Midas tonight. That is why you never leave anything on show in your pocket, no matter where you are. Never place anything in your back pocket because you're the target. Always be aware of who's around you as well. You're not an elder to me though. I'm an elder to you. I have 10 years on you, bro. Oh, digging! I used to tell my granddad that when he used to go because my granddad was a heavy gambler, and whenever he had a big win, he'd walk out at buckets, pissed out of his head, counting 20s. I used to say to him, one day you're going to end up getting mugged. He's like, yeah, well. I've probably got a younger heart than you all. I'll still be gaming in my 60s. I may have to use a 60 or 70 inch monitor just to play whatever game's out then, but I'll still be a gamer. Bum bum bum. Midas would make a great boomer, he bitches on like one. Stream kinda died off hours ago, bro. Older and wiser. Bro, kids would love a game of Grandparent day and age. You're telling me you wouldn't love it if your grandpa sat down and played Fortnite with you, or Minecraft, or whatever game it was, rather than him sat in his chair bickering away, moaning about the world going by. £1, you got £1, not £100. I shall check now, darkness. Gives me a moment. Comments. Yep, now it tells me. So you have been publicly subscribed for 1 year. 1 whole year. I'll put it there so you can actually see. Darkness has been subscribed for the whole year. Welcome back, fishy boy. So he has been given the OG subscriber rule. I can't check how long you've been subscribed for Midas because you haven't commented on anything. Vivek has been subscribed for 6 months. Apparently Owen's been subscribed for 8 months. Bum, bum, bum. Just go comment on my recent video, it'll tell me. What do you mean, can you put it? Yeah, you can put it in private now. I've given you an OG role on Discord. Well, Fishy, it says 4 months because... It says 4 months because you unsubscribed that time, if you remember, when you was arguing with Ishak. Once you comment, Midas, once you comment, as long as you've got your subscriptions hidden, as long as you don't have your subscriptions hidden in your privacy settings, it'll be able to tell me. Also guys, I hope you've got your brawlies ready for tomorrow. It's raining. It's raining cats and dogs tomorrow. Yep, everywhere. Hey, Battley 7. I know there was someone down there. Come out when I do my boys. See it, run. I could smell you a mile away. Hello, is it me you're looking for? They do a runner. I think they did. Peekaboo! That deserved a victory dancer. Ooh, piece of pizza. Oh, fishy boy. Oh, fishy. I wasn't expecting you to die to fire damage like that. GG's, oh, GG's. What made it worse, fishy? What made it worse, Charles, is I heard the vehicle. I heard you jump out of the vehicle. I'm not playing pubs. Ellie, if I killed you, why was it rude if I killed you? It's rude to team. Well, if it's a game that's going to get me to say something that I probably already know what it probably is, then no. Not even made, do you know what made that game even, to make that game even more funnier, is that I had sprint by default turned on, and when you've got it turned on with control it just messes up. So that's why it looks like I was dragging my back end on the floor half the time. Do you want to play a game? Who's there? I'm not even going to answer that. Gobbling these nuts. Or is it gobbling on these nuts? You mean it's your you mean it's Joe Mama? So it must have been Bartle and Ellie that got eliminated by me. I give permission to spam if it's going to get the numbers up. Chop it out, Charles. Gives me time to kill early in battle. I just thinks he's speaking in binary. Oh, 0800 1066. Also, what I did yesterday was well digging is I opened up my ports. I port forwarded Fortnite servers. Bro, who even uses a toaster? A good old gas fire with a piece of bread in on on end of a fork is what it's how it's done. Four slots toaster is a gimmick. I have a grill. I honestly don't even know how I hit that shot. Silly madness. Well, if there wasn't in shifted, if there wasn't a shot at me then, I wouldn't know where I was. Because I was on my way to the bounty board. Midas lives do not matter. Midas, did you even comment on a video? Because I ain't seen any of your comments. Let me check. Lan. Nope, no comments have come up on this stream. What if I've already been cancelled? All lives matter. See, that won't show up until the stream's ended though, bro. You need to comment on one of my recents. Your mum shoved you so far back up you wish you didn't exist. Hey topics. Now it shows. It doesn't show your length of subscription. You have your subscriptions hidden in your privacy settings. But it says you have been a member for 7 months straight. You're big enough and strong enough to handle it. If you can dish it, you can take it. You can land wherever you want, topics. Well, if you turned it off, if you've just turned it off, it'll take a day or two. Bum, 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 bum. What? Nobody else is joining, bro. Whoever the last one was that I killed has left. And Ellie and their teammate left after they got clapped. 2v1 them both. Cause I'm a pro. Cause I nail it. Midas is just trying to invoke the mod, trying to invoke rule 1 of the mod article. A piece of candy. I know where he is. Addis just wants a bit of attention. I thought there was only 2 people in this game. Looks like I was wrong. Didn't have a shotgun out. Man, that guy hid for so long. I thought I had my shotgun out in there. Yeah, of course that's topics. I'd like a wee baby. That's why I had to wait till my back was hidden. Well, until I had my back to him. But I had my shotgun out then instead of my MK7. He'd have been dead. Yeah, respect is earned. And respecting elderlies is all people in their old age. Don't poke the fire if you're not willing to get burnt. Bum 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 bum. Midas needs to learn to take a bit of criticism. If you can't take criticism, you won't make it through life. Well, this is the last game anyway, you grumpy fucks. A good night's rest will do you all some good. Especially that Midas. Or is Fortnite still streaming?
Fortunately, even though the ambush was well set, the 6 points were given and you pushed yourselves up into 8, you weren't able to then disengage and don't forget the mission is not successful.
Game 3 or 6. We can rewind it back to game 1. Yeah, we'll watch some F and CS after this game, guys. Recap on NA West. Watch the re-upload, play Fortnite. Bro, what you mean? Digging's the only nice guy? What an insult. Ah, so you hid like a wee baby, did you, Maria? Yes, by saying Dickens the only nice guy here. I'm nicer than you all put together. Oh, no one landed me. Where did they go? Oh guys, did a wee runner? Still hard and running, I want even. See, some people need to be taught the rules. You need them slapping in the face. Bro, what are you jumping about for? You caught one I rode last game. That's why you didn't land at tilted again. That's why you didn't land at shifty shafts again. You didn't want to go in that cliff of mine. Yeah. Gonna watch NA West in the beginning. I've not started it yet, bro. Once this game's over, we're gonna switch. I'm gonna move the video over. See, I've got it waiting here. Within the next 10 minutes, bro. They're only on game 3 on the live feed. I'm going to bed after it. It's Charlie Bing Bong. I'm just waiting for these noobs to die. Everybody remembers Charlie Bing Bong. Come on then, MSA, let's see you float yourself. You were about to. If you go to your right, there's a bounty board right there. You could take a bounty out on a player. Right back when you and Blue was triggered. You mean? Oh, someone needs to improve on that accuracy. Someone's definitely new to the game. Yeah, I seen it. I did see it that he was advising his nuclear staff to be on hold. To be on standby. Apparently Ukraine forces face shelling in almost all directions. Apparently it says Putin puts Russian nuclear forces on high alert. Apparently he told defence chiefs it was because of aggressive statements by the West amid widespread condemnation of his invasion of Ukraine. I have low meshes on. Right, good night, Midas. Don't let the Midas bug bite. Nah, why would I be scared, bro? Putin's just a big old baby. He's just having a tantrum at the moment. I just lost his mod a long time ago for swearing at me. Do you really think Putin's gonna launch nukes? If Putin launches nukes, just the nuclear fallout will have devastating effects on Russia. No, they're probably already planning to assassinate him. They've already flown Dwayne Johnson in. Dropped him on top of the Kremlin by air. Putin's just stalling as much as he can. He won't risk an attack on a NATO country because he'll have 30 other countries on him. He's cooking a good old Putin pie. I actually seen a meme on Facebook the other day saying the whole world's calling for Trump now, and it actually shown a spotlight signal with Trump's face on it, like from Batman. GG's. Because that's the end of the customs, bro. That's what's with the title. You're a little late. Mm-mm.
38 have qualified. There are 12 more places up for grabs. 6 teams will qualify automatically through Victory Royale today. The other 6 teams have to wait to the end of the day if they didn't get a Victory Royale and hope they're in the top 6 spots with points.
And Elon very early on here is going to end.
Guys, let's live the dream. Let's head over to Sundown and MDF. I know are living the dream as well. And Sundown can tell us what's going to happen with Pam Stone Fats today. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. What's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to call the 6th game action
Charlie,
here
no.
in NA East,
Not
where the final
moment.
12 teams will end up going through. And I mean, y'all know what it is with my prediction. We don't have to cover it. Monster, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great here. I'm with you on this one. I do want to see Pam Stone Fast go all the way through. We've seen Kelly in the past take the same approach with Arkham and Epic Whale, where it was like, hey, if I just keep voting for them, eventually they'll make it through. She did the same thing with Scented as well. So we'll see what's up. We'll see if that consistency makes it work here.
Yeah, I mean, that's high praise immediately, even putting him in the same sentence as the 6X Arkham and Epic Whale over there on West. I think they got a little bit more to kind of do to live up to praise like that, but we'll see if they're able to do it again. We'll have one additional match compared to yesterday and Friday, but otherwise it's the exact same thing. 6 games, the victors will go through, and so will the most consistent duos, but it's time to get into the action.
right, let's get into this game here. Now it's game number 1 of the FNCS. The last opportunity now for players.
Yep, and now you can see right here, we're looking at Cease dropping in on Covert Cavern, a duo who has been added in for the first time today. Now, so far we've seen that our other new duos haven't necessarily been able to go through. Not a single one of those Session 3 duos over in Europe was able to push through and get into the finals. So now we're gonna be keeping an eye on what happens. However, Covert Cavern has been a very strong spot, as also we keep an eye on that top left. We see Muzz ended up picking up an Elam very early on here. It's going to end up being valuable for them, not only for Storm Surge, but for confidence. We talked about how they're in very much under pressure here, but speaking of under pressure, we switch right on over. Pamstu getting some shots there onto Scarebear, backing him down. Static, though, already sitting on an Elam, so Fatch looks like he's exited the lobby pretty quickly, and unfortunately, my caster curse seems like it's got some pretty good mojo behind it so far this weekend. First shot coming through, gonna land, back him up. Pamstu doing a really good job of putting the pressure down, despite being back in front of numbers. Hits the first shot on a Scarebear, and he finds it. There we go. Get him up on the board. Currently in first place on the back of those 2 eliminations, but the 1v2 is gonna feel good there, and it's a good thing he got it quickly, as we've seen so many other duos love to be able to pop in. And let's see how he was able to get that, just closing the gap and being able to get the shots there.
Huge right there. Little 2 eliminations, you know, keeping themselves in the game here. Fatch now gonna get picked up over at the Greasy Grove, and I mean, they're the kings of the drop, right? They have everything to themselves, Sundown.
Yeah, that's what they want, and I mean, particularly because they've been having the rough starts off the bat with Fatch going down. If Pamstu had ended up going down, that puts you in a real rough spot. Not where you want to be on day 3, but instead, nice little 1v2 clutch. The blood's probably pumping a little bit, but they'll be able to get past that first Storm Surge threshold relatively comfortably.
Yeah, and mind you, 6 points. Kicking off the tournament, 6 big points here, right? That's very nice. For Teed and Owl, I mean, they have had this drop contested for several days now. Finally, it seems like things are easing up a little bit. The team to the south now, moving on in, changing up the drop. So this is the first we see for Teed and Owl. I'd say in at least 48 hours of them not having a team directly fight them for all the loot here.
Yeah, and it's tough, in particular, when you are getting contested immediately off of the drop, and you can see the aim credit actually coming through there, so potentially a knock. Maybe it looks like he was able to get the shots towards the team who was on the eastern side, and then got a little help from somebody who was landing a little bit from the south. We will actually get a replay of that knock here real quick, so some additional context being given in, and some great shots being found here from Teed. My lord.
I'm back.
Very interesting. So, okay, he gets the knock, he gets the elimination here, and they maybe just let him kind of filter out for a little bit there as things kind of catch up with us. Story to be told, but hey, an Elam's an Elam. 3 points are 3 points, and that's the way you really want to start things off today. Unlike Tieko, who in the feed was just knocked, you do get to jump right on over to that fight. There is no action missed here on the main broadcast. Gold WID has to clutch this one up here. There is not only a player in front of him, but a fresh 2-man team coming in hot, and there it is. Shark Girl gets taken out, Shield Crack comes through, and it's not looking too hot for Gold now.
Yeah, you can see the Riders coming over the hill, and unfortunately not bringing relief here. He's the one storming the castle, and it looks like he's not long for this match here. Match number 1 with just 1 HP and not even a dream. He got woken up, shaken, rudely awake there. That's K-Burb and Sparebow. I'm not even going to acknowledge that name right there, please. Come on, man. Your branding's so important. You've got some great branding. You got some acknowledgement going out there. Make sure you keep that. We've seen what players are able to do with that in that regard. But for now, they're going to be happy with the pair of Elams, the Storm Surge tags, and a lot of excess white heals here. It'll be interesting to see if they opt to carry those or what they leave. So far, taking the med miss with them as we're going to swing on over to the Logjam Lumberyard and LG Slacks and Clarity G.
Man, they came so close. So close
this has
yesterday.
to be
One of those
duos.
few teams that was just right there knocking on qualification door.
Yeah, this is
and
duos.
you know, just couldn't push on through. This is a vet squad as well. Luminosity Gaming Slacks here has been a part of our competitive scene for so long, as has everyone who's on the shot right now. So is C, so has Casker. These are all teams that really and realistically have a chance here to make themselves have another FNCS appearance. You know, it's kind of an interesting dynamic, right? You have all these players and duos that have prepared for this, you know, month in and month out, and you know, we're gonna see some upsets.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to note too is looking at the other duos who qualified as we actually swing on over to a fight here. Flo and Nawson under pressure for okay, Nawson taking a ton of damage. They're actually being forced to burn an iron wall almost very early on to just create a little bit of space. You can hear the chug splashes going off on the side. But so far, it's been a battle.
Is that what cares, baby? Why aren't you competing in
FNCS? It was a lot of
FNCS?
the new blood being able to create some space as Flo ends up hitting the 70 tag there on the side. Some shots coming over the top. That's actually the duo we were just on board with. Sparebow and K-Burb trying to throw some shots in. They can hear it over on the side.
Competitive is a totally different kettle of fish to
part of the map where you just get people running through because the sight lines are just so open.
Yeah, definitely.
Totally different
open
mindset.
sight lines here. Gonna make this very interesting, and it's perfect for the heavy shotgun though as well, as it can do big damage downrange here. Let's see how it's gonna play out. On the other side though, we got a nice little wide shot here to give us all the action, how it's unfolding. It's a 2v2 fight now, breaking out to the north, a 2v2 down here on the southern portion. Obviously this team down south doesn't really have all that information, so you can see the disengage coming out of Flo. This is just the right thing to do, but as Nawson, I guess, gets an understanding of the situation, he's maybe making a call like, there's a lot of traffic here. Let's just go ahead and get a move on out.
Yeah, they wanted to get right off of that highway and get onto the back road, saying, no. I think I found a faster way. But unfortunately, right now, not quite able to get over on the exit fast enough. It looks like they're getting blocked in and having to burn through a decent amount of utility. We talked about some of the excess supplies they had there and will end up using that med miss both on themselves
Like I
and
keep
on the
telling
teammate. There's
Georgie.
a difference between right click and
Georgie
the left
keeps-
click. Depending on how
Georgie
you
keeps
wanna use
losing
it.
out
It
on
is one of the most
placement
versatile new
because
here
he's too focused on
in the
W
chapter,
keying
but
players.
This is such an awkward fight, and why I really despise getting caught out on the southern part of the map because you just can't move.
As I told him,
anywhere.
he
You
needs
just
to
can't
focus
break
on
the line of
placements
sight,
as
and
well
it's
as
so tough.
eliminations.
Yeah, very tough place to battle it out, but
He also needs to
so
decide
decent.
when.
Nawson and Flo buy themselves some space here. Oh, look at that.
When
Shots
and
coming
if
from
it's the
Casper.
right
Might have
time
found
to
the
take a
tag or
shot
two
at an enemy.
for Elites and Cease. It looks like Elite also gets punished on his rotate now. Not looking too hot for them as they have to dig into some big heals. I'm curious. Nope, the only whites they have to actually work off of are going to be these chug splashes. So a little early to be utilizing this, but hey, you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, use it or lose it, as right now Charlie might be losing his first attempt in this game, and he does. Him and Specu going down there as the Bugle fight does finally resolve, and honestly a little earlier than we've seen, as these Bugle fights have been the ones that have really drawn out so far in a lot of these circumstances.
Bugle, very popular location. This time it's gonna house a full-on storm fight and new teams, right, Sundown? New teams hanging out at the Bugle right now. New teams trying to claim this drop that is freed up, if you will, for the tournament right now. You can see how slow the zone's moving. They're actually super close to the storm line, so they shouldn't have too much of an issue here.
Yeah, they should have a little bit of a rotation because I believe not only Bucky and Cam, but also Macwood and Donnie were landing here. So just two of the duos who we've already seen noticeable would be in there pulling in. And
See, these two duos here, the only issue they're going to have now
slightly northwest, but a pretty central
is
zone,
because
some
they're
decent
leaving
changes of
zone
verticality
late.
in there, and a
They're going to
decent
be
hike here
focused.
for Omri and Furtus is
There's
they're
going to be
have
people
going
watching
hop,
for them
skip, and a
coming out of
jump. It's
zone.
over the river and through the woods. They're not heading to Grandma's house, but they're desperately trying to get back in the zone as Unriana and Bank are trying to get some tags down here, and Bank, he's not trying. He is. P-God gets ripped to shreds.
Yeah, big put down right there, and Bank and Unrealiana looking very good right now, leading with a couple eliminations. This is what we like to see here.
Just one so far, so hopefully trying to find the pair to that one. Maybe they were able to catch a solo out, trying to look around in the distance. They got plenty of excess utility. You still have 9 charges in those Spider-Man Mythic Web Slingers we've seen have come up so critical in so many different situations. It's just going to smack that log on down. It looks like they're actually going to double back and make sure they hop into this truck for the rotation. The truck being the preferred method of rotation because it doesn't have the back windows. You have slightly more coverage on the front.
Nah, I wasn't
it's
trying.
a
It was just spraying
slight
there.
bit of min-maxing that I'm a fan of, as now we're going to swing on over to one of the other predictions, Elite Tahi, Energy's Edgy.
Energy Edgy. In a very, very prime position right now. This outer edge here looking for
I think
some,
it's kind
some,
of
you know,
stupid
straight
how they
spread,
didn't
trying to
include
wander on in now as they
how
have
they
30
brought the
seconds.
bows
Team's
back,
gonna
but they didn't
have
include
to
them in
start to rotate on
didn't
into
include them
This
in
is that
comps.
dominant position you want to be in. Very clean spot here for Casker and Smack. Their vets down low. Spicy chug splashes in the inventory as well. That's a win condition. These win conditions are going to be very, very important now as the format, again, It's gonna favor the big dog.
But yeah, again,
These
the
are players that
anti-damage
have also
walls.
been playing for days and days now, right? So being able to punch out nice and early would be the most optimal situation for these players.
Some bow players
Edgy
in,
right now,
in
taking their
comps have
time
been
right
really
here.
impressive.
Yeah, and you start talking about win conditions, and if you're just a casual viewer turning in for the first time, haven't watched competitive Fortnite in a while, it's your first time from the new season. First of all, welcome wherever you're watching. Watch.fortnite.com,
Stormsurge.
YouTube, Twitch, whether
Ooh,
you're in
127 below.
Whatever you want, add us, hit your favorite emote, let us know what's up. Hope you're enjoying yourself. But what win conditions are you looking for? The biggest
Stormsurge
one
digging.
immediately are those launch pads, because it is still a team
Stormsurge
game.
is when you
Launch
get
pads
hit by
not taking
lightning.
up a utility slot, and the fact that both
It's
of you
to
can
punish
use
the
them is very
players that
valuable.
don't have
Now,
enough
unlike
damage
other seasons, there's
for
no
the players that
fastest,
play
there's no
too
shockwaves, nothing else
passively.
you can combo with those launch pads. And also Monster, because some of the other weapons added, you almost exclusively want to utilize throwing a ramp or a cone above your pad as you take off on it, because high
That's why it's
padding
always
is
good to
very
look for the odd
dangerous.
tag than that while players
Yeah,
are
high padding
rotating.
can definitely be, you know, one of those plays that you make and looking back on it in your post and your body view, you have to decide, was that one worth it? Especially if you get punished on the way on in. These are the types of decisions our pros are going to have to worry about and make decisions on for Tragics and those the Skittles here. Okay, Tragics and Skittles trying to get situated here. Big SMG shots coming down onto J-Man. There's already a knock inside that box. This is onto Quack. They have to make their move right now. Do they push in? They think they're a layer above, but little do they know they're just behind that single wall in front of them.
Yeah,
Ooh, just
unfortunately,
lost
the
out on
angle
hit.
which
Just
he's shooting
lost
is
out
just
on
not
that.
giving him a good vantage
Refresh
point. And
there.
now it looks like they might have found him out, but it's way too late. They'll hear those chug splashes going off, but chug splashes indicate that, hey, both of these guys are going to be at least have
Bro, the
a
SMGs are
semblance
too
of
bulky,
health.
but they added
That
them.
was
They
an
kept them
absurdly
in
quick shot from
comps.
Tragics there. Barely even saw the striker pump come out, but was able to hit a nice 43 headshot. And keeping an eye on the right-hand side with Storm Surge triggering in 15 seconds, any amount of damage is going to be beneficial, as they're only 81 above.
It's a team that I've been looking forward to seeing play more of. Aiden and Blastro, one of our few rocking the SMG only tags, and that's been the way they have been playing all weekend long.
What
Plenty
an
of highlights
SMG
on scene
only,
for them,
Aiden.
but Sneaky trying to find his own little highlight here as he's up to a clutch position here. Put in a situation where he has to fend for himself and he gets taken out. Side shots fly in. Sparebow finds J-Man, so Sparebow also jumps into that fight there.
Yeah, and something particular compared to yesterday immediately. The Storm Surge number when it triggered was like 20 players lower. So you can already tell players know there's a little bit of a faster pace going on, but immediately ignore what I'm saying. We're going to flip over to a duo who is underneath Storm Surge. One of the veterans, we talked to Mega early on here. They actually were just able to get above, but you see, Monster, how they're utilizing that shield keg to go take trades and then double back to it, knowing they're going to have the excess shields. And I mean, they're even prioritizing it in their inventory.
I actually love that, right? I love the way these players are using these new items, these new ways and strategies to go ahead and just, again, combat these same issues. Storm Surge. This is something that players have been trying to figure out how to beat for years now, quite literally, inside the Fortnite space. So as the meta changes, as the new items get introduced, they always come up with fun and you know, interesting strategies. Here's my pick, though. Glace, just nearby, sitting right outside the box, thinking about coming on in here. Dubs and Mega have to be careful. It's a
I
vehicle.
don't think
They're gonna
Diggin's
go ahead and
even
get the
seen what a
rotate there.
stack
Mega's gonna
pen
have to
zone is yet.
back up here. And you saw from the interview too, right? Mega and Dubs, like, was like, hey, listen, I know exactly what's going through Dubs' mind at all times. It's that level of synergy.
You think
I
people
really
play
do
well in
hope we
normal
see
Fortnite?
Mega
Wait
and
till you
Dubs
see the
make
end
it to
zones of
finals
these
today. This is one of the
these
few
comps.
teams that I'm definitely rooting for, and I mean, they have everything it takes to make it there.
Yeah, 6 games in the top 6 going through. Don't forget 12 spots up for grabs. That's what's on the line. We've already seen Muzz. I think they're up to their second elim on Muzz. I think they got a knock early, but weren't able to end up converting. 7 points for them so far. We did just tick over to our top 35 duos. That's the first placement point going over. Because there's 70 players up, that means there's not a single solo up. So we've talked about the land of the solo clutches. Well, that happens later on in the match. You got to have a buddy at least for the first half, as not a single solo rider made it to the third zone. So we get a nice little split view of some of our duos. Cease in the bottom left with Elite. You have Muzz and Avery in the top. Tragics with his duo in the bottom right-hand side. We're just going to post it up, looking for shots here, as there will be a little bit of a lull in the action until that fourth zone is revealed. This next 30 seconds is going to be people kind of poking their head out, seeing if there's any late scragglers.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They're all, you know, positioned up relatively close to one another. This outer edge is going to be the haven that they've all sort of landed onto. And the thing is, they're in the same position here. All of these players, you can see they're making quick edits, looking out for peaks, trying to find any other additional tags here. That is the looming threat of the next surge. It's one of the biggest issues pro players have in lead up to that end game, is finding enough damage, and that damage can scale and it can jump way up if you don't maintain it and manage it very well. Slacks and Clarity G, another one of those few teams that don't have many eliminations, but you can see that so far the game's been going really good for them. High ammunition count, great, and I mean great resource management as well here. So it just either one, Zone has landed on top of them round after round, or they've been making exceptional use of this vehicle here.
And Epoxy was able to pick up a nice pair of elims there, and we can actually see Pamsau and Fash boxed up directly on top of another group, but they're right on the edge of the zone. And if you actually look in the bottom right-hand side, the zone is super interesting because the fourth zone itself doesn't have a ton of changes in verticality. But if you look where most of those triangles are, they're almost entirely to the south and to the west. And because there's mountains that pretty much border that entire side, there's two funnel points where teams are already boxed up. That means everyone on the south and west is going to have an utter nightmare rotating, and it doesn't matter when you time it. If you don't go due north and kind of find that little gap that's right there, you're not going to get into the zone.
Yeah, this is like you said, just a funnel. It's a valleyway that's going to open up, and they're going to see what happens when they break through that mountainside. It's going to open up to plenty of boxes housed up here. This wide shot giving us the exact angle of just that. This is that funnel that we're talking about here. They're going to have to come right on through this area, and here it is, your decisions. It's either left or right, or spend tons of material going up in vertical, which most aren't going to have to do here, but the Epoxy is right, but they have a vehicle, so 4 eliminations. Talk about getting active and maybe just getting a little lucky here, because it's only an SMG. It's not like they have long-range weapons. You know, it's either one, they're just sneaking in those eliminations, getting those final tags, or they've been box fighting it out, and it's going really well for them.
Yeah, that's bonkers. We saw him just pick up a double right before that, so might have been able to take advantage of somebody who's under the pressure for first surge. But you hear all the shots going off. That's all of the gatekeeping that's happening from the players who are already on the inside. We're going to swing on over to Tahi and Edgy, who are below surge, but keep an eye on the right-hand side. Now again, Storm Surge, 25 damage every 5 seconds to 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone, depending on how many players are up. So we'll see that happen here in 15 seconds. The 5th zone number is 50, and we currently have 67 players up, so a lot of duos. At least 9 are going to be put under pressure. Mega and Dubs are one of them. They're 200 below, so tags aren't good enough for them. They're going to have to go monster. They're going to have to get in and commit to a fight. Here it is, wall to wall right now, and that on the other side of them, you have Chucky and Glace. They've been absolutely dominating in these type of wall-to-walls fight in a very good distance.
He's getting shredded.
Mega gets ripped in the side. Storm Surge also going to come down, and there's no down but not out if you get hit by Storm Surge, so he immediately is forced to pop the chug splashes. 99 below. Dubs traded off some of the damage, but he ended up getting picked up on the other side. That's Muzz Box trying to get on the backside, but not able to quite find the shot, as Chucky is able to end up getting the confirm over onto Dubs. Tahi ends up also getting picked up by Convicted.
He needs that damage, otherwise his Storm Surge is just going to eliminate him.
As Mega is going to get a little bit of respite, but needs to be careful with Muzz on the other side as we swing over just in time to see Smacked and Casker get obliterated.
And Owl found Smite and Larson there too. So look at this, Mega still fighting in it, still in the game right now. And you notice he didn't waste a single moment there to continue the action and maintain control here before the opponents were able to actually retake the walls. And look, as he finds just enough tags, now he's trying to get out of there, looking for new opponents to pretty much target here at this point in time. He figured, hey, if I stay here, these guys have a little too much information on my situation right now. I got to get rolling. Now, mind you, 2 teams go down, maybe just 1, and there's placing points to be earned.
But look where the 5th zone pulled. It pulled directly on top of that western mountain that I talked about. So all those teams who boxed up there, they're all set. Everyone else now is pushing into that. And as you see, pretty much every duo has already been able to find a little bit of room here. But there's still so many players up. Mega is one of 2 solos running around right now. And Epoxy just picked up his 5th elim. What is going on with this kid?
Yeah, and that's on to Nasen, right? We saw what Nasen was doing just a little bit ago as well, getting very active, winning fights. So he's catching players that are like literally on fire right now, earning points here. Zyphman's Epoxy, they're a new team entering into the fold today. So, you know, if you guys haven't noticed, this is the problem when you get these next and fresh duos hopping on in. They can bring that damage to the field.
Yeah, Mega went down there in the feed right before that, so we're going to swing on over. The OCE transplant reigning Trios FNCS coming through. TNA,
I'm still better than you,
C9
bro.
Avery trying to find a little bit of room here with the zone pulling due south. It's going to go over the top of the mountain, but they have the priority position in order to put shots down here. They're going to pop the pepper and use the bonus move speed to try and stay in the front. Might have been a little early in that regard. It does have a minute timer, which is the length of this rotation zone, but you can see them trying to catch up and get ahead. They have a great angle coming through on the side right now, trying to find a way to get in. And it seems like they're going to be fine.
This is a great rotate here. We haven't seen a nice wide dead side rotate like this in quite some time. Reminiscent of old Fortnite days, as normally it's hard pressure.
24 teams in this moving zone. It's going to be hectic.
Buzz and Avery, the vets here, find a moment in space, find a moment in the chaos here. A little piece to go ahead and make this movement. For Zapoxy, though, he is in some big pressure. Launch pads coming out from the zone there. Floppers in hand, though, so that's a good measure to bounce back here alongside
You got sweet Georgie, boy.
another. There goes a layer change on up. And all these pros, you can just tell, it is chaos on all layers. Muzz down low, making it look a little easy as he picks up Boxer here. It's a quick shred through the box there, and now he's gonna have to move on out. The edit's already predetermined here by Avery. Nicely done here, and they're moving like a unit. I love to see this team play in motion here. This is high caliber gameplay. This is FNCS, and someone's going to finals here. Who's gonna take this first win?
Yeah, if you want to look up an Epic Whale and Arkham comparison, that's exactly how Avery and Muzz are tarping. The line they took there was fantastic. Keep an eye on the left-hand side, though. Edan and Cody up on the high ground, and nobody is even remotely looking up at him. Storm Surge is raining down on the duos who haven't done enough damage, so that will continue to trigger here. And actually, Muzz and Avery are one of them. 115 below. 3 more players need to go down. Chug Smashers are falling. And if you don't get space, that's the one thing. If you're not in front of the zone, you don't have time to both negate Storm Surge and continue rotating. The zone will end up adding up the damage. Players still are not falling. There's knocks,
These
but
guys
no
are dead.
confirmations going through. 2 more still need to go down. They're still below. And finally,
they
they
just
can
made it.
exhale. They're into the top 30, but the second that happens, Avery's box gets dove right on into, and Muzz says, see you later, I'm out. He will disengage as fast as he can. Zypha picking up yet another knock there. Zapoxy going to be the one to get the confirmation. They are still just running. That's 6 eliminations for them. They're up on the high ground with the white heels as well. They're in the bottom right-hand part of your screen. The edit's coming through, and Zapoxy is just ripping them apart. Limited number of builds for Zapoxy, but even less for Muzz. In fact, he's on 0. That's the top right part of your screen. Can he find it? He gets the refresh.
Oh my gosh, this is the kind of game you don't see happen very often, but duos turning
I'm
online
thinking
here,
the same
and
thing,
the competition is only just beginning, guys. On high ground, it's Rhythm 1K here
like,
by
what?
himself as a solo right now, maintaining positioning here, putting pressure on Eden and crew down low. He's gonna force them off here, but Zapoxy and Zypha, they are making statements here. There's only one word that can explain this gameplay here. It's exceptional. Okay, Zapoxy now on height. They managed to push the players off, find the Elans as well. One apiece here. And now that rounds them on up to 8. Cones himself out. 2-man team there. That's one. That's a beautiful knock. And another one coming outside the zone. It's a quick shred here. The zone's going to continue to add the pressure here. I mean, Sundown, Zapoxy, and Zypha are looking like the team to walk away with it right now.
No builds on Zapoxy, and look where we're going, out over the water, and you don't want to be a fish out of water with no builds. You'll end up as a fish in the water, and that's what happens. Zypha down 72, or 7W32-1, and taking him out.
That
SMG. But
SMG.
Zuck runs right through Zapoxy, and he says, Zapoxy who? It's my show. 7 elims for him. We have a 1v1v2 with Creo Invert on the low ground being the only duo. They're hip to hip, but the star of the show of game 1 gets edited down, and his scene is cut early. The
Do love a
hook
good goal
came
digger.
in the form of the veteran, Creo and Teed. Pull him right down, and the question is, Monster, 2v1, pulling out over the water. Can they close it out here? Match 1 in NA East. All comes down to this.
They have the material. Oh my gosh, and more mythics are going to
Think some
reveal
of Sugar
themselves here.
Daddy?
Zerk's starting to really run out of
He has
fuel
no
here, as you can
shotgun.
tell. Exactly, he has no ammunition. He's only got an SMG to work with here in Spider-Man hands. This is not good, guys. No other win condition available to them. Now low ground starting to look up here. All they have to do is start firing out here, and it will be their game. Last white heels come out, so now they know as well. Clock's ticking for them too. They're going to have to go ahead and find the damage here. Otherwise, it could just go the distance, and it's going to come down to misplay if they can't find these extra damage. But they are finding it. Vert and Creo, they're just taking their time right now.
And keeping an eye on the slight pull, it is going to go uphill. If they keep burning through all of their builds, they could end up in an awkward situation where the grid space forces them out. They do have a couple of chug splashes still, so they will have an HP lead, but they
Let's
keep
hope they can find a
burning them,
refresh as they're
which could
moving.
make the heal off questionable. We still have 30 seconds before we go to it, but here's that slight level change we're talking about. But Zerk is running out of builds. One more build here, and we're just
did
he
it,
gets
but
edited down, and Vert
he
and
just lost it
Creo,
into itself
6
there.
elims for Vert, 2 for Creo. Some amazing individual efforts, but game 1 goes to them as well as a ticket to the final.
And hats off to everyone else who performed very, very well there. You saw Zuck and Freeze just going crazy for a moment, as was Epoxy and Zypha. Big games for them, but of course, your stars of the round right now, Teed and Creo, or excuse me, Vert and Creo, who picked up a full 8 eliminations. This is also really good for the rest of the lobby, right? You want the teams that are picking up big points in general to move on so that the others down low can, you know, move on through with that consistency at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw so many individual elim numbers there that were up. I believe we saw an 8, a 7, another 6 there at the end. So plenty of points that were going over, but we couldn't have asked for a better.
Now, but no, they come out game number 1 swinging.
Didn't have the
We don't
materials to
have to wait
continue
too
to
long for
consistently
game
be
number
in the
2.
game there at the end, and with the circle closing in, there was only one way, and it was down, having to challenge and put it on the bottom two players, and with an SMG just not going to do the same business or the same damage as well, Vivid, that shotgun could do in that situation.
Yeah, you really got to, you know, manage your resources well. If you want to get those victories, obviously you have to spend resources to get to that end game. But if you don't have anything at the end, it is going to be hard.
Can't
for you to
believe
clutch up and get that
Antic
victory
stopped
out. And that is
commentating
why Creo and
FNCS.
Vert came ahead, because there were 2 of them, right? They had 2 bodies of resources there available at the end.
Yeah, well played by them. Hey, Adam, I think we got another one coming here soon, right?
We certainly do, my friend. We are just about to head into game number 2. Who will get the victory royale? Who will score the points to get themselves into that contention? We can hear the bus right now beeping. It is ready. Game 2 is here. Let's head over into the game. MDF and Sundown are waiting for us. Let's do it. Here we go.
Is that who you look like, Vivid?
Thank you so much, Adam Vivid and SBG. Match number 1 is down. Match number 2 to go. We already saw Vert and Creo get a pass directly through the finals now. Keeping an eye on the top right-hand side. We have Statics and Scarebear, bottom right-hand side. Fatch and Pamso, we can see the bus path cutting pretty much right down the middle on a diagonal cut, but this was the Greasy Grove contest we saw. Pamso was able to clutch up and get a nice 1v2 right off the rip. Pamso 25-53 and almost say goodbye. I said it looked like he finished him all the way through, but Scarebear cleaned up near instantly. Pamso, though, needs to about face and will get the builds from the Siphon. Huge, he was able to get the 15 mats down and cover himself, and that will give them a quick 1v2. The question is, can they close it out now? As they saw on the other side, they were able to 1v2 clutch, and it looks like Statics is actually just going to try and run.
Not only that, like, look at the points. The overall points now, 36. That's an extra 3. They could find the rest here. That'll round them out just nearing into that 40-point threshold, which honestly, in the overarching scheme of things, is not bad for game number 1. Definitely a better start than they've had so far. So if they can maintain this consistency, I mean, we'll see them up there right now, holding on to that 3rd place spot. That's all they have to do if they can't pull a victory out, of course.
Yeah, and don't forget, they were on that 6th place line right before it. So every single time, if that ends up coming through, as we're looking across each one of the regions, when it was the 5 matches, but even then just looking right around average, it's about 25 points a game will put you at least in contention or right around that 6th place mark. So we're going to swing back on over to the Daily Bugle. Omri and Furtus looking for a little bit of space here, just trying to farm on the lower level, potentially get some minis from the vending there. They have Spegu and 33 Charlie directly above them. You can see Clue over on the side with Danny as well. So 3 different duos just trying to posture up. Clue and Danny are on the outside, posting up on the hills, looking to just rain shots down on anybody who might poke up. But we have an engagement. This is just outside Chonker, just mantating. Just gets completely abused there. Keys now in a 1v2, looking to drop him down. But Bacon is the one who's doing the frying here, able to find the shots on the opposite side, trying to put some pressure. Keys looking for a little space. 1 build, 2 build, no builds. Finds the edit. Peanut Butter not quite going to be there. Won't find the jelly to go with it. We'll try and get around that right-hand side, but instead, Bacon takes him out.
It's a clever play, very clever play, but that build is a little too fresh. You're able to see through those builds when they're just put down. So because of that, he was tracked pretty easily through the wall. Not bad for Bacon. And Nerface here, those 6 points mean a lot this early inside the competition. That'll go ahead and bump them on up into that well within the top 10 spot. Here's a look at how it all went down, making it look easy on Mamting right there. Jumps on in. Here's those fresh walls like we talked about. You can see he's tracking them right on through. Oh, look at that. They were even his, so he definitely had all advantage in that battle there.
And a lot of people like to talk trash on the auto shotgun, but I'm a big fan, particularly in the early fights. If you're accurate with it, granted, I think the heavy just puts it to shame in a lot of circumstances because the fire rate's not that different. But in the early fights, if you're able to get on top of somebody and just kind of keep that rate of fire down, it provides a very similar role to the tack, but it hits just a little bit chunkier, right? There's a couple extra slices of meat in that sandwich than before, and it's really good at kind of hitting those surprise 2 shots. If you don't have full shields, it also puts you down.
I think the problem is the name, right? Auto shotgun. It dates you back to the drum shotgun, which wasn't as good, right? And maybe it just leaves this preconceived notion like, maybe it's not that hot. But I agree with you. I think the damage is definitely there. It falls more so with the feel in line of one of those more upgraded tactical shotguns from back in the day. Take a look at Freeze and Zuck, though, man. What they did last game was insane, and now they're off to that same pace here. Freeze and Zuck already cleaning up the Condo Canyon. We're talking about how this was an uncontested drop spot between here and Chonkers, but it seems like a team has moved on in, and they've made quick work of them. This has kind of been their story, though. A lot of fighting on the drop. Condo Canyon has not been a very pleasant place to land for the most part over this weekend. It's been contested every single day.
Yeah, not like Pleasant Park, which you could get to yourself there. But one thing to note, too, Zuck was one of those players who we talked about them going off and finding eliminations, finding another one there. And then also just got to get a quick correction because we were calling it out last time. It is not Zapoxy who is Zypha's duo. It's Spexy. That's how it's pronounced, so we apologize going through there. I have no idea how you get that from ZPXY, but hey, we'll go with it. Spexy, congratulations. That's a phenomenal first game coming through there. Hopefully, you guys are able to keep repeating it so we can give you the correct call-outs you need. We're going to swing on over to 2 names I can definitely pronounce, Zenki and Ducky. Currently just holding out, doing a prime example of gatekeeping, but right as I say that, and I'm about to explain what gatekeeping is, they're just going to turn around and rotate in because there's actually somebody sitting on the next mountain, so the gatekeepers are about to be gate kept, as somebody who is closer to the zone is just going to rain shots, knowing that the storm will eventually pressure them in, and now they're in an awkward spot. They're between 2 teams who have great lines of sight on them.
Yeah, definitely a good spot to be in. And just while we're on Spexy's feed here, yes, we encourage you guys, if we are making a mistake with your name, let us know, right? We're here to work together. We want to help you guys out. I was going to make the joke of, yeah, you said you read Ducky's name right, and the next thing you know, the D is silent, and it was actually Lucky or something weird like that.
Tony,
you know,
yeah, don't get me started with it.
It just happens, dude.
You can see here. All is quiet right now. We can chill. You can keep an eye. Definitely a little bit of a slower pace game in the first game. As the top left-hand corner, we've only had 5 players go down. There is 1 solo dolo running around here. I believe that's still Statics. And as we get another bit of a fight here over on the side of Greasy, Pamso and Fat saying, no. This is our taco stand. Go find your own. As Jackson and Fable Taco say, all right. Enough, I get it. They're going to actually go out over the zone and try and catch a new angle, but they need to be careful because, I mean, the perspectives we showed just before it are rotating from that exact same angle. Swing on over to Slacks and Clarity, who are just on the inside of where all of those duos will be heading towards.
Yeah, this Tilted Towers location here, playing the nice, cheeky little bush here, hoping no one sees him inside this location, tries to find the surprise tags on opponents. This would be honestly one of the most ideal positions to hold a Ranger rifle in, right? Where it's nice and clean, no one sees you, have all the time in the world to use that first shot accuracy, and then just double back through Tilted and pick up your good weapons. But either way, strategy is strategy. On the bottom side, we have Cease, just outside the Covert Canyon, or Curving Cavern here. Seems like, you know, some actions unfolded there, much more contested than we've seen as opposed to yesterday, where Scented and company were landing there consistently. This time around, we haven't seen any fight go down there, so I'm not sure if you know, things have kind of eased up a little bit. But for Fatch and Pamsu, man, impressive game so far. The early eliminations, they didn't quite get the full team elim though, but they're fending off this drop. They're not allowing anyone to rotate in for free, and they're even going as far as baiting that drop. Notice they haven't looted it Sundown. They're just letting it be there, so teams have a reason to maybe come check it out.
Yeah, and the only lonely solo dolo, Statics, he's just, you know, checking out the beach, hanging out on the western side, hoping nobody comes anywhere near him. keeps hearing the shots from Greasy, you should know that teams are going to rotate through and towards the side and make his life a wee bit difficult. However, for Pamstone and Fatch just raiding the shots around the side, they've kind of been able to pass the checklist. And I've talked about this a lot when it comes to Europe and how you evaluate the game plans. When these duos come into a competitive Fortnite match, you're basically looking like, hey, can we win our drop spot or at least make it out of our drop spot? And if the answer is yes, it's like, okay, do we now have Storm Surge tags? If the answer is still yes, it's like, okay, can we safely rotate to the zone? And you kind of keep going through and asking those next questions. If at any point the answer is no, you should be going back and VOD reviewing and seeing what's going on there. And I'm seeing a little bit of that from Pamsto and Fatch in this circumstance because they were able to pick up the Elim onto Scare Bear. That's why we see Statics just kind of running around aimlessly on the western side. But then they posted up on the edge of the zone and they've just been raining shots towards their opponents. Now, the reason that's important is because as we've seen over the past 2 days and even back to qualifier 1 and 2, they haven't struggled in first Storm Surge monster. It's been second Storm Surge where they've been under pressure. It's because they're not finding the mid-game tags. It looks like they're trying to fix it now. As Season Elite say, we don't want to fix it. We're just pushing straight in, and this is very aggro for what?
For a second there, Season Elite looked like they were ready to go in full for the fight, but that vehicle, you know, physics decided otherwise, kind of stopped them dead in their tracks there, the momentum being cut down. Off they go, though. They make it on over to this next little mountain area. And I just wanted to say, I hope Pamstu and Fatch actually picked up the airdrop because other teams started rotating into their blind spot, if you will, from the more condensed side, maybe the side they didn't expect the team to rotate in from. So we'll end up finding out if they have a launch pad or not. Maybe some big heals will give us the full story there for Spexy and Zyphon out. You can see they are just lurking around, playing this edge of the storm line here, hoping it goes behind players lurking. There goes a couple more shots. We don't see any tags come through. Those are the ones that you'll be beating yourself up about a little later if you do end up falling behind.
We're back at 92 players, by the way. So I'm not sure if Static was able to double back there because as far as I know, he was the only solo and Greasy was there. But that's a pretty late reboot going through there, and you can see, yep, nice little update. Pamso and Fatch securing a supply drop as well, so putting themselves in a good spot. You can see Wanted actually getting a full confirm onto Dubs in that top left-hand corner, so that's going to end up being very interesting. Something else here, a nice little min-max Spexy, finding the vending machine and making sure to buy up a bunch of light bullets. When that SMG, the Stinger SMG, is so strong, making sure you get that opportunity and putting a bunch of light bullets into your inventory is huge, because what other use does gold have, really?
That's probably one of the most consistent strategies we've seen kind of come into play when it comes down to, you know, players building out routes and whatnot. That is like one of the key determining factors of any good route right now, I think, is knowing where the vending machines are and honestly picking up as much light ammunition as you can afford at that given time. And it's happened multiple times over the course of the weekend, and I think other players are starting to pick it up, right? The one thing this broadcast is really good on is highlighting strategy. Most teams, most players, and coaches alike will hide all the strats, right, as long as possible, but on the FNCS stage, once the reviews and the replays are available, all strats come to light, people start figuring stuff out, and the game really develops quickly during these couple of weeks of FNCS.
And I also love that Spexy is prioritizing carrying floppers. It's something that we've seen in so many other seasons where it's like, oh, you're a flopper player and all this type of stuff, and it gives you a massive opportunity to find some room. But I'm going to stop talking about the floppers and start talking about the right-hand side. They're 126 damage below Storm Surge. They are way out in the top right-hand corner of the map. I mean, forget about the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. These guys are just completely gone. It's just like everywhere. They're nowhere close. They're all the way through. It just, no one is near them.
Not to mention they're running 3 weapons in the loadout here. This is about time maybe you want to start considering dropping an AR or SMG, depending on your preference here. Go with those extra heals. They're probably going to need it, as now 30 seconds until the zone really starts to close in here, guys. And once it touches down, once it hits that white line and the next zone is revealed, essentially, what's going to happen is they're going to be getting struck by lightning here. The Storm Surge will become completely active. Other teams on screen are facing the same issue, but they're not having a problem finding a fight. They're inside the mix right now. AV and NQ's right now also in a battle here. Only 87 damage below, now 100. That's a good shotgun shots away. They have a team right on top of them, so it could just be a moment of time before they find a tag that they need or get punished big time for making this aggressive fight.
And you can see it's Edgy and Tahi, no strangers to that box-to-box fight. He's also keeping an eye on the right-hand side. Zypha and Spexy still well below Storm Surge, and not even well below, 64 below, but out in the zone. Do have a decent amount of floppers and some shields, keeping an eye both on the right and left-hand side. Av and Enka is going to opt to use a bunch of the chunk splashes to get up the full and then dive right on in. Here they go. The fight is on. Tons of tags coming through for Av. Is he going to be able to clean up both, as Enka's will end up ultimately finding some of it there above, but yeah, boom, there it is. Will get the cleanup. Like I said, it looks like he's about to get it. Tahi holding on for as long as he could there, but ultimately grass slipped and he will go down. As we see Zypha and Spexy, I mean, Storm Surge plus the storm itself is a tough time, and for a duo who had so many elims last game, Monster, see them struggle that horribly with Storm Surge. It's very interesting.
That's what happens. You have such a great pop-off game. You want to slow down, play a little more consistent, instead it comes around, stings you with the venom right there. The most impressive thing I'd say about this NQ's fight here is the fact that he actually saved AV before the full finish. That's a rare occurrence in a 2v2 kind of fight like that, especially when your teammate is down inside the enemy's box and behind those walls. So huge save there, guys. Don't overlook the fact that this might just keep them in the game and turn this into a huge round for them now.
This is something I love seeing as well. Utilizing the Fireflies, because why not? Generally, you won't hold them this long, but if you look at where the zone is, there's so much stuff that is flammable, right? Like, all of this can be lit on fire, and that it will be a nuisance, and it will clear sightlines for you. So now you can see, Cease can see pretty much everything around him, and if he wants to shoot at it, he has that sniper rifle, which a number of times, we don't see it often now, but people will hold open edits a little longer than they should.
Yep, and that's where the punishment comes in, and very rarely I feel like we've seen Sniper in play as well, and see it's just
almost
old school. It's like he kind of showing off his old school stripes here, holding on to a sniper shot. It's just like, feels like he's from a different time of Fortnite. You almost forget it even exists inside competitive at this point with how infrequently you see it at the highest levels. Look at Pamstu and Fat just load up. We want to talk about this. Peppers in hand, 5 armored walls. How do you get that many armored walls here?
Well, they won't end up coming through on the supply drops. That's where they got the launch pads on that side, but just being able to filter down. And one thing to note too, despite the fact that they land in Greasy, they were able to force everyone out so early that they got that entire POI, and then they got what Shio loves to call the home zone. And that's when the zone drops directly on top of your drop spot. They haven't had to move this entire time, and in 5 seconds, I would argue, one of the most important zones in the game, the 4th zone, we'll see if it drops yet again right out. They're right on the edge of it, Monster.
GG's. Works out very nicely for them. They don't have to move. Looks like everything is coming to them this game here. Not only was it the airdrop, this is about the location where the airdrop landed the original time, but now the zone as well, just kind of sharing this location. This is perfect for Slacks and Clarity. Just a masterful rotation right now. And not only that, finds himself some splashes on the way. So this is really good.
Yeah, and this is more about timing. You're thinking, wow, how are these guys just walking through? And it's recognizing which teams can shoot at you. And if there's a cone edit peeked out on the other side, you can just do this. They just walked right on up to Smack, and they were just like, hey, thanks for the priority position on the zone. You can keep that high ground over there. They don't really have an angle to shoot down on them, and they had to use, what, 10 builds total, and they're all right up against this side. So now they're going to be able to about face, and as you see on the right-hand side, there's still tons of triangles that have to move in towards that.
Yep, lots of more movement to be had here inside the lobby. Great angles here, and they have the full vision of the lobby here. Big sight lines available to them, and this is why you saw players like Cease trying to burn those trees down to really open up the field, give them all visual. It's those little pieces right there that's going to make the difference here. It's going to force players to burn way more material, because if there's a sight line blocking you, you're going to try to steal away as much as possible, as optimal as possible. And look, even now, Cease is still breaking trees here, quite literally, with the AR and SMG as well. So big plays for Cease, opening up the field. Of anything, I think he's supporting the rest of the lobby in helping find opponents to target.
Yeah, you know, good guys, Cease, just creating a little bit of room here, and those MK7s really are the benefits of those open sightlines, that red dot sight. These players are so absurdly accurate when aiming down sights and being able to find the advantage, but Cease now, just trying to find some more pressure. We're going to swing on over. Avery and Muzz 188 above, so no reason to really overly peek. They're just trying to survey the land. But Monster, they've invested a lot of hard mass for the position they're in. On our bottom right-hand side, we have one of the duos who is underneath the pressure trying to fight here for Surge on the low ground, and they're going to be forced to go. It is going to turn on in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. The only team above that we see on scene right now is Muzz and Avery. Not only above the Surge, they're above the high ground as well here. They have big visual on the entirety of the lobby. It's their high ground of command right now. Their story to be told. On the low, though, Shicey has a player down into the box. He goes to 2v1, gets face checked by a couple SMGs, realizing now it's a big mistake. But hey, he's found the tags here, and at least that's going to keep him alive right now. Explosions coming through. Has to be careful, though. Doesn't switch over to those heavy materials. Aiden on the other side, taken out as well, alongside Blasto there. That's an explosive exit for them too. And now, who do we have left here? Spearbow, Solo, Pose just above them as well, trying to make do with the situation here.
Right
We have
now,
Chubbs here on screen.
at 3 eliminations for him and his duo, we can see just the one player who's below, Tragics and Skittles, trying to just out heal it. Does have the med miss, which is a significant amount of time. It's 5 Storm Surge tanks you're able to do, but no one else is taking any action. There's no reason for them to move. But as 5th zone is revealed, Pamsel and Fash got a max pull. Their luck ran out. The 4 leaves on their Clover, unfortunately, weren't watered enough, and we'll see if they're able to do it. As Tragics, though, he'll thank the lucky stars there as we finally have Spareboat go down as Storm Surge will gracefully turn off.
I'm not gonna lie, having that med miss right there really made it feel like it lasts a long time. Like he had a lot of time to work with. I think grossly underrated, honestly. I never truly looked at the med miss as something that could, you know,
Oh, I
basically
love that thing.
buy you so much time under that kind of pressure of Surge.
Yeah, I mean, Surge, last zone, whether you're someone like me who can't win a fight for the life of them the early in the mid game, so you need to storm camp the entire time. The fact that it is 15 seconds in the zone or it's 25 seconds negating Surge for a single slot just ends up being so valuable. And speaking of so valuable, Tragic saying, Launchpad boxed up on a bunch of pre-built full hard mats. I'll take this.
I mean, normally I'm a bit skeptical. I'm like, dude, you want to replace all that? Or he's like, no, we'll be okay. And wait for the next zone to reveal itself. I'm just going to tuck myself far and away inside these builds here. Pamsu and Fatch, the zone's going to pull far north now. They have the equal longest rotate to make here. Down an armored wall since the last time we checked in. Tells the story of a little pressure, maybe some fighting going down, but otherwise, still looking A-okay and healthy this game here. 44 points right now, still holding on to their 3rd place spot overall when it comes down to how much points they've earned coming out of game 1 and now rounding into the end of game 2 here. But this is it. This is where real Fortnite begins. This is where men are made on the Fortnite field. Avery and Muzz have managed to maintain high ground this entire time, and they still have the damage. They still have the lead here to make a good play. They're going for it.
Yeah, it's the bottom left-hand side of your screen, making sure they find that recycled launch pad and being able to go through. Don't forget, Pam7 and Batch did find a supply drop. They had 2 launch pads, used one earlier. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you have Slacks and Clarity. They're on the low ground towards the priority position on the zone. Currently, my eyes are towards that bottom left. Yep, let's go there. Avery and Muzz, that's their own launch pad. I believe that's their last investment. They're going up towards the high ground. They're going to land directly on top of it. Shots come in. Avery's going to be able to find his. Muzz also looks like he's being able to contest towards the high ground. Box to box, hip to hip, not quite able to find it. Avery pushing this other player out, has the 2 spray weapons, but completely out of medium ammo, so going to be reliant on the reload. Will get the siphon, still has the med miss as well, so even though there is the white HP ticking, it's not too much of a threat as able to catch back up, and Muzz has that high ground as players are dropping like flies in the Elam feed on your top left.
Big Elims coming through here. Players getting bent left and right. Now, though, Muzz and Avery, looks like they have a little bit of a fight going on here. Little do they know, it's Tieko coming from the backside there. And for a second now, they have to give up the high ground. All that, they look in the wrong direction for just a moment. And you have this fresh duo. Tieko comes up. And all of a sudden, look at this. They are so situated up here. Now, though, for the low ground, big beams come through. And that's a punishment and a half. And oh no, where are these shotgun shots coming from? I can't even see it. I don't think Gold even knows where they're coming from. He's just getting clapped left and right here. It's Chubbs. Oh my gosh, the range shot there from the strikers just gonna come through, and the angles here from this elite duo is looking like they're setting themselves up for the win. Not only that, they actually picked up the material too. So Everything's starting to connect here on the low ground. Pamso and Fatch looking for a 2v2 situation. It's Casker. They add them to the list. Down goes Smacked as well. And these are huge. Pick up 6 eliminations now, Sundown.
Now trying to make eventually right now match number 2 here in NA East. They will get the refresh over that body right there. Need to find an angle on the zone. Taking a little bit too much damage. Will go up a layer. Good change of level there from Pamstow, and you can see he's got it ticking. He's feeling confident. The builds are there. 55, and he also looks up towards the high ground. He says, hey, how far away is it? Can we go up? They see it's just Chubbs up there, but as I say, that Scented Fan ends up going with them. Slacks cuts off just above him. Keep an eye on the left-hand side as well as the bottom right. Muzz and Avery are in a box trying to dive, making the stingers sing, but the Ratatat is not finding enough as Avery gets rebuffed. Back now, you can see just a slight change in the elevation on the left-hand side. Teams are stuck at the bottom. Elite and C's trying to find a way around, but Ring Around the Rosie isn't paying off. Will they all end up falling down as still Chubbs and Scented Fan raining shots down from the high ground? Pamstow and Fatch, they're chilling.
Yeah, all the while, they just have their eyes on the Victory Royale here, waiting for that big splash banner to come through and the win to announce their names. They're not looking to take any risk here. They're sitting back, allowing the action to go down at the bottom. And that's a two-handed, two-pointed sword right there, right? On one side, you can try to earn points to play consistent. On the other side, you have the win condition waiting for you. Players like Avery now have to go way inside. This is a big clutch for him. Those are points earned. Players are dropping left and right here, but there's still a battle between them and the win here. And Scented Fan and Chubbs are saying, out with the old guard, in with the new. They're trying to get this dub right now, and they are still coasting. Pamso and Fatch, however, are fighting every team on every layer, and they're winning left and right here. Look at Pam go. He is not stopping.
And now it's a 2v2, but Monster, 11 eliminations, and even if they don't get the Victory Royale, they're nearly double the pace of the points right now that they need. And you can see Chubbs and Scented Fan, Pamstow and Fatch, a spot in the finals in NA East. 2 teams who most assuredly feel they should be there and have played their best in this match, but we're pulling out over the grass, and like we said, it is on fire. The 2v2 is about to pop off. Chubbs and Scented Fan are out of mass. They're gonna have to go down. Pamso pokes his head up, but he gets whacked down like an unruly whack-a-mole. Match goes for the finish, and he loses the fight. Chubbs rebuffs him, and despite the 11 eliminations, the 2v2 at the end does not go their way. And Scented Fan and Chubbs, congratulations, you earn a ticket straight to the finals.
So close. Chubbs gets away with a single HP difference maker there. You saw at the end, the Siphon buffs him up, and it was just that close. A line was drawn in the sand, and Chubbs said, I'm standing my ground here. Wins the battle. Look at it. You thought I was joking. 16 HP, almost a single shot difference there, Sundown.
I mean, just being able to get that, but don't forget, he had to also end up getting the conversion as well. And when you're relying on that Stinger SMG, that takes time. You have to wait for the down but not out animation to play, and then you have to finish him off. So unfortunately, just the missed time by Pamstow to kind of peek his head up and immediately get whacked back down is going to end up being the deciding factor there.
Hey, well, you know what? I think they've done enough. A couple more consistent games, and we'll be seeing them in the finals. They earned so many points just in the first 2 games, and if our average points are any indicator of where they'll be, they're going to be okay today. But we're going to send it on over to the desk. Adam, round us on out.
Oh, so close. So close. I'm down. Oh, but you know what? Still, we all said it. 11 eliminations in game 2 gives them a huge catapult towards the top spots there on the leaderboard. So whatever happens, be it victory out otherwise, puts them in great contention for the rest of the competition. Pamstow and Fatch there. But we have a new victory royale winner there. We have Chubbs and we have Scented Fan. I think it's Twix going head-to-head there and going all the way through into finals. I mean, what a great display there, Vivid. We have 2 new finalists, and to see them go through is exciting because, again, another game where a lot of teams at the top, they're getting tons of eliminations. So again, the leaderboard is going to change up completely.
Yeah, and basically for Twix and Chubbs here, it was just all about when they took the high ground. We saw that Muzz and Avery were actually playing for it for quite some time there. They had it when the half and half zone appeared, but because they decided to take a couple launchpad rotates, that allowed time for Chubbs and Twix to actually create a play on the high ground. And ever since they made that play, they just rode it out. And listen, you can look at the situation here. They have 0 build, so they used everything for this position right here. And it really just comes down to this one shot. Pam Pam2 sticks his face out for just a second, and Twix over there takes full advantage of it. And yeah, that's just how it rounds out right there. Chubbs off on the side there onto Fatch, picks up the elimination too. So they both kind of win their 1v1s, and that's why they're going to the finals.
Hey, you gotta win your ones if you're gonna be at this stage, but that's kind of a win-win for Pamstu and Fatch though, because a team that was gonna be way up there on the leaderboards is now removed. They're not going to be a part of it, and we saw they just slayed out on that low ground, absolutely dominating. That was such a beautiful performance, but nonetheless, hey, we gotta see them go again.
Absolutely. Let's take a look exactly where they are in the table in a second. Firstly, the winners from games 1 and 2 here. You can see that Vert and Creo from game 1 are qualified already to finals thanks to the Victory Royale. And now we have ourselves Senifan, who is Twix, and Chubbs doing exactly the same. Game 2, our winners directly through to finals. And this is how it stands. There they are. Sundown will be happy. We're all happy for Pamstone and Fatch there. After 3 days, they are there at the top spot right now. Can they maintain it? 94 points, though, looking strong, Vivid.
35-point lead on the board for Pamstu and Fatch. That's incredible. If you take into account they just got 11 eliminations, that's 33 points alone. So we can credit that large lead to the absolute stomping performance in the elimination category. But Yuz and Okish creeping up here into the second place position, 69, only 1 point ahead. And if you look at 2, 3, and 4 positions, 1 point separates each of them. So this is still anybody's game.
Definitely is, and I'm looking right at that 6, 7, 8, 9 spot where all those teams are so close. We're only a couple games in. We got 6 to play today, that extra game compared to Friday and Saturday, but we see these teams just have one really strong match across the entire top 10. There's a lot of elims up there, and these guys are just racking them up, getting all those points like you mentioned. Now looking at the second page here, Season Elite, a new team today. On the opposite side of that, I just said a ton of elims.
As we will see, we will have 10 final duos joining us. And where I was about to say, where better to kick it off right over at Greasy, but you see Pamcell kind of looking around, and it looks like the 2-0 is good enough for Statics and Co, as they don't want no mo of the smoke.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you couldn't have said it more eloquently. But honestly, Pamstu and Fatch are doing an exceptional job. And this is the thing, right? Now they're at the point to where they almost have nothing to lose, everything to gain here, right? They have such a point lead, you know, with 4 additional opportunities to make another end game. I mean, they're consistent enough, right? So you don't want to challenge a team like this. And last game, they put on a masterclass of how to play Greasy Grove when zone's on top of you, down to the trickery and of course, to the gunplay. They were hitting their shots when it mattered.
Yeah, they were able to do that, but I am going to question whether or not the Storm Shage game plan will be there without the 2 early elims. But speaking of an early contest over here, we do have one of the outposts being fought over. Bacon, Nerface trying to get a little bit of pressure here on the Mamtating. We saw Mamtating before just get popped, and that's going to happen again. Keys, unfortunately, going to get dropped, and they're going straight down the drain, but that's why you can't commit to going into the basement. Nerface says, surprise, what's happening there? But immediately tries to about face and return shots. Bacon, though, gets tossed around a little bit, and he looks like he's going to be the one who ends up in the sandwich. But right after I say that, he's actually able to get a knock on the other side, not able to get the confirmation, but we'll get a little bit of respite as Shao is going to opt for the revive, and it looks like Bacon is too.
I wonder if they're going to go ahead and back off now. This is a pretty fair exchange here, but no, instead, Ishao says, all right, I want to take this fight in full, and cancels the pickup. No, never mind. Bacon actually sticks it through. Nerves a steal there. He sits on the ramp ready to get the pickup, and I think Ishao recognizes now, he's got him up. What? He jumps in. Oh, come on. You had to expect him to take the peek, and he does. Ishao now has everything going for him here. Bacon trapped inside the wall. I hope you like a little bit crispy because he is getting fried right now. Let's see if he gets chased on through. Exits out the top side. Ishao and Chaotic Love looking pretty solid here as Bacon manages to hop away.
Yeah, and hop away literally burned the launch pad there and is going to just try and get out of dodge. And luckily for him, I think he broke line of sight fast enough, and Cataclov and Ishu were a little bit too slow living up to his aim and sitting back there, but they weren't able to find where he exited. So only the 1 elim, but still plenty of damage going on. And now Vamos, Alicia, and P-God, we're going to hop on over there as they're going to pick up Unreal Ana. That's going to be the first one. Bank on the other side will now try and fight off a 1v2.
Big elim right here brings them on up to 29. Not bad by any means, but they're still An opponent nearby, Bank, hanging out inside the building. And look at that. Those 3 points alone took them from the back of the 20s on up to the top 16. Don't let these points fool you guys. Oh, Elige has to come through and clutch things up. P-God gets chin checked for a second there by Bank with the striker shotgun at close quarter, but ends up working out. Look at that. Legendary SMG as well for their troubles. It's going to be nice.
Yeah, the legendary Stinger SMG just rips. It is so incredibly powerful. The one thing, it does burn through those light ammo very quickly, so you want to make sure you have an excess of that. But Enquaz gets stuck trying to hop in the whip. The door was locked, child lock was on it, and was unable to get through in time. He says, "Mom, open the door, please. There's scary people outside," but no. Golden Tieko going to be able to pick that one up. We'll take a look here of what that fight looked like. Tieko actually some really good pressure there with the pistol and hitting a huge clutch heavy shot there with that aim down sights again. Completely, that was brilliant from Tieko.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you deserve to smile right there. 141, right? The best damage you can get at that type of angle and peak. That's just how you want to be doing it, and that's why heavy shotgun is one of the more exciting weapons to see in motion. Owl and Tito cracked here, playing super sneaky. Man, big HD. They think they have a nice little 2v2 going down. Little do they know they're being ghosted right behind here. They're just thinking, you know, when's the right time?
Well, that half wall is super awkward because building around it is very difficult. So they're waiting for somebody to rotate the corner and then try and throw a wall in their face, because you can't. You have to ramp instantly. And most players' first reaction is to either cone or throw a wall in those circumstances. And you can see patience is paying off. I mean, the Owl is a hunter. He's known to just try and pick up the scraps and see what else is there, and he's looking for the opportune moment to end up popping in. The ambush is set. You can see on the right-hand side, that's the fight that they're watching. They want to be able to go, but if they don't time it right, all of this time is wasted for naught. And again, you can see they don't want to overcommit. They want to find somebody on this side of the wall, because once they pop in, they're stuck in this fight.
Yeah, definitely. They're either one of two things, looking for the full box or the point-blank shotgun striker opener. Now, though, hearing one of those elims come through, hearing the shots being exchanged, it might just be time to strike. They can just get him when he's a little bit weak. There it is, the full box. Pounced in on, and they catch two. And just like that, all of a sudden now, you have to assume Cracked and company are thinking, wait, what just happened?
We must VOD review this. We must VOD review this, and then they're going to feel a little silly when they go back to knowing that the team was there for a hot minute or two. But now you can see we got reinforcements rolling over the hill, and unfortunately, even though the ambush was well set, the 6 points were given, and you pushed yourselves up into 8th, you weren't able to then disengage. And don't forget, the mission's not successful until you have gotten out and gotten hydrated. The heist isn't clear until you're out with the goods, and right now, Owl and Cracked are trying to avoid getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
Well, not only that, there's a first team coming in as well, playing a little security, checking out the perimeter now. They're the big eyes in the sky. They're the big problem now to deal with.
Another one too.
And Serb, fresh team here arriving. What kind of intel did they pick up? They see a team up top. They know there's a fight going down. They're thinking they have the biggest advantage as well now.
Yeah, but keep an eye on that bottom right-hand corner. We got 2 minutes, and we're relatively close to the zone because the zone's not pulling that fast, but that purple is still creeping in, and despite the fact that everyone wants to run towards these bullets and pick up some tags and catch people who might be weak rotating out, both of these duos are okay in terms of HP and their ability to rotate away. They're not fantastic, but they're definitely not bad.
Yeah, not by any means. Back on over to Cracked and Owl, who have been playing this very slow the entire time. They're back to doing just that here. Sitting back. Jam's playing in the meantime.
Right, I was just about to say, like, this nice little epic backtrack to this and seeing and waiting for this fight to resolve, but honestly, it looks like everyone really just doesn't want anything to do with this fight.
Yep, there it is. Take out the NPCs here. Get some spoils for the fight. Get the music to calm things down for a little bit. Back on over to Sparebow, though.
Sparebow is trying to get back up on his feet. Kaber Sticking the revive right now. Does have that legendary SMG. Needs to be careful. Will try and go for the wall replace. Will open an edit, but the opponent not there and finding the shot. Good option to use the chug splash on his down teammate, knowing he has enough excess shield to still get him back up and to extend the timer there. It will still end up going through, but still trying to fight defensively, trying to back that player off there, wanting no part of Wanted's aggression. But you can see every couple of seconds, Wanted's going to keep poking back, and he doesn't want to end up in a 1v2 as he knows it makes that fight that much more difficult.
And look at this. Opening up that defensive line there. Extra measures. Tries to go for the pre-fire shot. If that would have connected with the shield crack, could have been the difference maker from to close this fight. Another chug splash comes down. That's 2 already. He's committed to keeping Spearbow up. More shots coming in from behind. Another cheeky shot through there, but doesn't connect. Maybe it's time to just change this box here. Move out just a little bit. Would be the difference maker. There it is. K-Burb's thinking the same exact thing. Like, all right, we've been here for quite some time. If we put a little more distance, that should be okay. But another team now starts to fire in.
Needs to change the situation, needs to change the angle, or else he's going to end up going down, and all of those chug splashes were for naught. Sparebow ends up getting taken down anyway. The shots raining in from the side, keeping eye on that bottom right-hand corner to try and see. There's the 2 duos who are just raining shots over. That Wanted was the player who was trying to pin him there, but instead has now moved a little bit around the side. It seems like Wanted may have actually lost where K-Burbs was, and instead is now opting to try and just disengage.
Yeah, looking to get on out of here, trying to keep a low profile now, hoping that this duo that comes on in thinks that, hey, it's just one player, let's hunt him down and get on out of here. This is, meanwhile, way outside the storm line now, right? And that's a little rotate to the rift there. Definitely the best move that he could have made for the situation he was granted and put himself in. I want to say he got Sparebow's card as well because they were just all inside those layers. So he should be A-okay right now. I'm looking to look back here. Very important that he finds some tags here. Surge is going to be much more difficult to maintain and work with now that he is by himself here, but he knows this is Wanted here.
Yeah, and he knows this should be a 1v1 based on the fact that there was only the one player who followed him. You could hear the rift noise when you go through it. It confirms how many players goes in, and it is loud. We're not talking reboot van loud, but definitely loud. Like Wanted shots loud on there, but K-Burbs, no, he can back up because he deployed the shield.
He's healed him.
He's going to be able to get it, but it's healing Wanted too. It's AoE, and it is not team dependent, but K-Burbs going to be able to take advantage of it. Dives in, and now honestly, if I'm him, I am leaving as fast as I can because you know other people are going to be coming over to that. They know there wasn't a knock, so it should just have been a solo in that circumstance, and you could already see the triangles going over to where he just was on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And honestly, brilliant job from K-Burbs. If you're looking how to disengage in a 1v1 situation in the mid game, go watch it, go rewatch that, because that was textbook.
Yeah, that was very smart of him. Just map awareness, 10 out of 10 right there, gets to where he needs to go. And then, of course, reevaluates the fight and decides, hey, I have this now. It's a clean 1v1. One less factor to worry about, too, which is trying to keep his team up. So, on over to Avery and Muzz here, currently housed up in 4th place, just outside the Tilted Towers, playing this mountain as well. So this is a good little spot to be in. Nice little terrain, nice bit of high ground here, overlooking Tilted and, of course, the Loot Lake.
Well, the one thing they need to be a little bit careful of based on the position, because they are so far to the northeast, is rotating in late, and you can actually see that they're going to opt to hop into that Chonkers out Whiplash. And I would say just try and keep going and driving in a straight line, but looks like Avery might have failed this permit test a couple times, hit that rock, and now they're going to actually rain a couple shots here. But as long as you're not driving straight at somebody, it's actually really difficult to chain connected shots onto one of these Chonkers out Whiplash.
Yeah, I agree. Very small windows, limited areas to get shots to pierce through. Edgy and Tahi. Oh, definitely fast. Little test of the tracking there as well. What are we thinking about Edgy and Tahi so far right now? Surge has been a pretty big problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say everything's been a pretty big problem for them based on the fact that they have a single point, which means they've made it into the top 35 and nowhere else, no other elims. And that's something you wouldn't necessarily expect out of a duo of their caliber. But right now you can see that Surge with only 1 or 2 duos who are going to be threatened by it. The fact that they're even remotely close to that line, yeah, 2 duos who will be threatened by it, it makes it pretty difficult.
Yeah, they're going to have to continue to get active here. It looks like Furtice and Omri right now trying to find their extra tags here as they are just below. Not only with the SMG, now pulling out the MK7. Nice little headshot right there. Okay, that's a big one, but gonna need a little bit more if they want to be safe. As the points start to add up, looks like the damage was just enough here. 6 damage above. That's gonna apply pressure to players like Tahi and Sprite, who might have been toting above, could have been pushed down now because of that little change there. Here's Spexy and Zypha. Dead center of the zone here. Way below the Surge.
And this is the second game in a row that they've struggled with Surge, and that was after Spexy had that absurd performance in game number 1, but we were praising him for just being ridiculous with the amount of elims. But since then, it feels like they've barely shot their guns. Yeah,
they have to do a lot more right now. And they've made it further this game than the previous one. But come on, enough's enough. Find your tags, push some boxes, do something, or this game's gonna start to slip away now. 51 points out of game 1 is just so great. But not earning anything in game 2 really offsets you, kind of puts you right back where you began. 2 steps forward, 1 step back is the situation we found themselves in. If they can't earn points this round, I'm afraid they're gonna need another huge game to jump back in.
Well, it's like they're running a 5K and then ate a bunch of fettuccine Alfredo, got a huge lead at the start, and then their stomach cramped up all of a sudden. They just can't end up going anywhere right now. They're trying to push through it, trying to find a little bit of respite, but it's almost too little too late. They used that shield keg, and it gave them a false sense of security, but now they're the only duo being pressured. They're going wild, and look who it is who actually picks up a piece of that pie. Pamstone and Thatcher over on the side will get yet another elim credited over to him for getting the knock onto Zypha in that circumstance, while not able to pick up Spexy as well. They got tons there, and now they're going to crack triple digits here if they can just get 2 more rounds of placement point. That's outlasting 10 more duos, and so far, Monster, they're looking fantastic.
Nom 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 for Pamstone Fast. They start gobbling up more and more points here coming into game 3. It's perfect for them. 1 step closer to finals now. Casker and Smacked on the other side in the replay package here. Finds the Bacon. We're talking about how Bacon managed to escape the elim opportunity before as he was hunted down. Here's K-Burb on the other side clutching up. That'll keep Spare Boat and crew in the game.
Man, I love looking at players' reactions after they pull off ridiculous plays and just seeing how absolutely thrilled they are. And yes, that was sarcasm that instance. K-Burbs looked like he barely even reacted. There's a slight glint of a slight glint of a smile there. Sometimes I think the polarity in some of the reactions is sometimes if I pulled that off in a tournament, like in this circumstance, I would be screaming, like Mouse would be on the desk and be like, "Let's go!" But then he barely even blinked. It's like, yeah, no, we got it. Yep, no problem. It's like I said, textbook disengaged, but I would be sweating profusely. I'm already sweating profusely, and I'm just talking about the game.
Yeah, it's just another day in the office. You know, a lot of these guys put that cool guy personality here. You know, they got it. They got it like that.
Well, and as we talked about those cool guys, unfortunately, they did just end up going down. So, I mean, they'll be the cool guys sitting on the back of the bus waiting for the next one to end up taking off there.
About 10 more minutes left before they get to queue up again. We'll see them in a bit. See how their job spot ends up turning out for them. Season crew, I like the spot that they're in right now, but they're not in the safe zone, not just yet. I think Pamstone and Thatcher are actually just about there, but there's a marker down on the map, so maybe they have to make a rotate as well.
Just keeping an eye, seeing who's spraying shots towards. Don't forget, this 4th zone is the last one that will be completely inside of the safe zone. When the 5th zone is revealed, that's the half in, half out, and the players want to be that to pull directly on top of them. You don't want a long rotation, and this is really going to kind of set up the pace for the end game here. Who's in what position, what lines you're able to take, what utility you have to use. Now you can see Cease Elite there on the top of your screen, Slacks and Clarity. Then on the bottom left-hand side, going for a nice little stroll into the zone. Then we got Fatch and Pam Stew. Bottom right-hand side, still plenty of Chili Chug splashes to loot, still plenty of mats. And now we're going to Storm Surge warning, and let's take a look. Out of our 3 duos on the screen, they're all pretty comfortably above.
Yeah, they're all also well within some decent points so far.
Ooh.
So these are teams that are playing well, getting tags, finding action, everything. Slacks and Clarity make it to the new safe zone here, and they had a little rotate to make. Just tough on the marker as well. They went from mountaintop on down, slid right on into this new drop. We see Dubs and Mega off in the distance there. Currently in 27th place. Not too hot of a start for them. And mind you all, this is the last opportunity now to make it to finals here. To play for the big cash, big prizing. Just next week. Everyone now, it's defense time. Big players below here. Glace. They jump inside the box. They end up finding one. Nicely done there, but counterfire comes on in. Let's see, once the surge ends up updating. Yes, 30 above there. That's Larson and Smite. They end up dropping. Cracked an owl on the other side. Also in a battle too. Cracked is by himself here. There goes the Siphon for the finish. Loses his teammate in the process though.
Yeah, Crack setting on 4 eliminations by himself, but unfortunately, the stepping stone to advance will end up being Owl. We see Edgy actually getting himself up onto the board as well. That's their first elimination, period, across all of the games. In the bottom right-hand side, we see Yuz currently just being hammered away on by Storm Surge. The purple lightning god not so happy. He says, more damage, sir. That's 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents. And Yuz right now, rather than looking to try and go spray and put some damage down, knowing that nobody really has to move for a while, he's instead just trying to find whatever utility and resources he can. He's gonna have to jump in, but I mean, it's too little, too late. Nothing's going on for him, and he is going to get ticked over. 5 seconds, 3, 2, and he goes down.
Not before delivering all of his loot here to a Legion P-God, who definitely could have used it. So big find for them. Yes, it was P-God who gets the full elimination there. I was gonna say early bird, you know, normally gets the worm here on the rotate, but when you're early and you're on the Storm Surge, I mean, it's just a different story. It doesn't really work out that way.
The early bird gets the worm, but in this circumstance, the early bird is apparently the first in line for skeet shooting right there. And fortunately, nobody was looking at him on that rotate. Instead, just got slapped down by the purple lightning god that comes. So you can see Pamps down fast. They're the ones covered in purple currently, our leaders on the leaderboard. But again, the ultimate prize is the win. We'll bother about consistency after the end of the 6 matches, but all of these duos are focused on trying to take that #1 spot in just one of these games. Currently, just on that border, Slacks and Clarity on the left-hand side, as we'll swing back on board. And talked about them needing 2 placement points. They've gotten it to break into the top 100, and now we're gonna get a rotation into our first moving zones, as it's pulled pretty much right on top of them.
That was what we were talking about. Just breaking their way to that next placement threshold was going to get them into that triple-digit mark. Batch and Pamsu playing out of their minds right now. An absurd performance so far, and this is going to be what looks to be another big endgame for them. They have all the material that they need, and look at that. How often do you see a team actually be able to pick and choose what kind of loadout they want to move with? That's how dominant they are right now, and they have loot to play with as well. Cracked on the other side, solo right now, but you're seeing how the Mythic hands can really play into the benefit here inside the endgame. 49 damage below though, so yes, he can rotate fast, but you gotta rotate fast and find angles. Great angles here as he gets a bunch of tags there onto an opponent. That's gonna be for Whites. And now though, he's trying to get clean rotate, gets caught up there.
And keeping an eye, Pamps down fast on the left-hand side. They're the ones ping-ponging right on that threshold as well, but so many players are going to need to go down. They find some more damage, and Crack is also going to be completely cleaned up. He's trying to get the solo clutch in there, but rotating and doing damage is so incredibly hard. As Cease finds out the hard way, he gets ripped to shreds there. Elite, though, actually going to have a chance to at least box him up and pick up the loot as Cease drops that over. He says, go on without me, but here, it's dangerous out there alone. Take this, as Nevify now in Ritual. Raining shots down from above. They have 92 builds still, Monster. What?
This is big. This is enough to definitely just ride out this high ground right now. We've seen many teams do before, but we've also seen teams contest for this. Nevify, I am not enjoying the way you're building this base up. Yes, there it is. Fortified up a little bit. It was a little too shaky, my friend. Only on 2 builds there. And now, being so vertical, he has to come on down, get a little bit closer to the opponents here. It's Tieko in gold once again, fighting for high ground. They are absolutely playing for a win condition. We love to see it.
Trying to get involved now on the low ground. Hamstu, Fatch, you can see that. The bottom right-hand side, Elite still trying to run through. He finds a nice little Elim on the backside of the zone there. That's the second one, but doesn't get any of the mats with it. Going to continue working forward. Storm Surge is completely turned off. We'll have our 8th zone tick over here in a second as we're into our top 15 duos. 24 players remaining. We have 4 solo riders running through. Everyone else still has a buddy. Our current leaders are in your top right, and honestly, a great solo effort right now is in your bottom right. Everyone else is in the wide on your left. Keeping an eye on the top right-hand corner. Fatch looking to try and piece that player on the right. He knows he's there. He knows he's in the box. He's just going to let him pass, continuing the trend of playing for the end game as Elite in the bottom right-hand corner in the zone, gets the box off on the player, finds the first shot, but not enough damage. Will he find the second? A huge 108 tag, but no follow-up on that side. He'll cover his 6. He'll see the player down there, but Monster ticking low on builds. Just 2 left. Just 1 left and just 2 storm ticks as we zoom in on him.
Yeah, definitely. Major problem on the horizon, and there it is. He gets chin checked by Serbsky and Shiesty. That's a refresher. Avery's down there trying to scoop up some loot. Little greedy for him. I'm seeing a Liege and P-God still alive as well. Don't count them out because high ground from max builds no longer now. It's a Liege and P-God territory, but they don't have anything to work with either. Very low material counts. It's the Spider-Man hands that allowed them to get up this high. Another Elim for them, and they are racking up points. Now at 10 eliminations, the most we've seen so far. Edgy, where do you think you're going? It's P-God who's here. The tracking looks good. Tahi is there to back him up though, and Edgy is down. Elige now, the only player left, as it looks like P-God might have got to trade it there too. So 7 eliminations for Tahi. High ground's beautiful here. Great harpoon grab for some resources, so it's gonna buy him a little bit more time now.
Yeah, but Pamstow and Fatch still going off from the only duos up, trying to end up running through. Right now, you can see 2v1v1. The only duo, Pamstow and Fatch. I said eventually, when will it be enough? Second place in 11 elims in the last game. Ali's trying to do everything he can to find a little bit of room. They're on 12 elims by themselves. He's trying to take P-God with him straight to the finals, but the solos, they go up against each other, and he gets blown up in Tahi with a shred of HP trying to clutch it out. But eventually, when will it come through? And the answer is, thank you boys so much. Game 3, session 3 of the NA East FNCS semifinals. Your winner with a ticket to the finals, Pamstow in 33 Fatchy Fatch.
Nicely done there, nicely done there. Let's take it back. Let's run it back one more time. Pamstow and Fatch. Things just worked out for them today, having it. Exceptional play. They would have went through either way off the placement points. So this is a little bit of a sigh of relief for the rest of the lobby, as now Pamstow and Fatch mark their way to the finals next week. Look at that, coming in here at game number 3, and this is honestly going to open things up for the standings, for the leaderboards, right? This is what everyone else is hoping for. Give Pamstow and Fatch to win, honestly. Make it easier for us.
Yeah, they just pulled so many points out of the pool. I mean, we saw what they did last game. It felt like eventually they were going to have a day, and that was my argument. I mean, they played too well this season. We're going to see them in the finals, and eventually my prediction would be right. I just had to sack the first couple of days, but to throw it on over to break it down as we're halfway through the competition. Adam, Vivid, SVG, show us what you got.
Thank you, son. 5th time lucky down.
For this leaderboard is Spexy, right? We saw that they had a huge first game, but we no longer see them up there. So that just speaks to how consistent you really have to be.
And one more point, we saw that play. We were watching Owl and Cracked sit and hold behind that wall. We're like, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. Eventually, they wound up getting elims, and they're right in it. They have a good shot. But checking out this second page, there is Tahi and Edgy. So 53 points. After really not doing much in those first 2 games, they're within striking distance after 3 matches. And we see a couple.
Nice little strong lead, but it sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's get into game number 4, guys. No more time to waste.
No time to waste. Your FNCS season could be over in just 3 matches if you don't find yourself holding a victory crown or finishing in that top 6. Right now, the line is pretty tight, and we can see we're going to get a little bit the contestation going down here at Chonkers. At a little bit of a tough drop here for Owl. He tried to get towards one of these outer camps and potentially end up grabbing early MK7 to rain shots in from the outside, but landing a little short. He's not going to have any opportunity, and now him and Cracked are super separated.
Yeah, this is a pretty awkward position to find yourself in, right? Very spread out here. If one or the other decides to jump onto you, I mean, it could be really bad for you. But looks like teams are going to be pretty comfortable with looting their locations, and maybe that's just how the pacing's been going so far. They get comfortable, then battle it out. For AV and NQ's on the other side, looks like they've been pushed down into this spot as well, but having the better drop here, they forced this other duo to rotate a bit earlier, give up the hold over the top of this building here. You can see those are definitely enemy builds. Sniper in hand, static off in the distance. Is he going to be able to see one of these guys that hit a shot? I'd love to see a sniper shot come through. Little blind check there through the bushes to see what's up. What you got, AV? Let's see it.
I was about to say, was he going to fire him off? It looks like he had 2 opportunities to throw him out there. And I mean, you're not really going to use heavy bullets for anything else. So unless you're trying to get the surprise factor and hope that somebody kind of posts up and takes a knee and tries to find some of those FSA shots with the MK7, I mean, might as well. But speaking of might as well, sitting on 1 point so far, Ducky and Zenki, they got to put a little bit of pedal to the metal. They got to go a little bit faster here because consistency points likely aren't going to do it in 3 games.
Yeah, they got to make it all the way through to the end now. Hopefully pull a big victory out, as do HD and teammate here. On the other side, you have someone sitting behind the palm tree here. And you know, I was going to say, this is the second time now HD and his teammate have had a fresh team basically watching them idly in the distance, waiting to jump on them. I don't know if it's unlucky or just bad positioning on where they decide to fight, but it literally is happening time and time again now. Little bob and weave here, swerve out. Oof, a lot of damage done.
Yeah, trying to get over to this 50-50 scavenger boat, and depending on where that lands, it can be a problem. And I also love how you said the big HD and his duo, because I was going to dare you to try and pronounce that duo's name, but not even sure I could remotely go through it. It's like Dabuki Debeppo, maybe, something like that. I know there's
I see HBD. We can just call him Happy Birthday, you know?
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that. No, we'll do our best, and I think we'll probably stick with the big HD and his duo there as Unreal Anna and Keys. Or let us know how you pronounce that, and we'll absolutely do our best because we want to give you all the credit in the world. But an awkward little boat rotation over to the side. Looked like me trying to just hide away from the bigger sharks in the water right now. But speaking of hiding away from the bigger sharks in the water, Mamtating and Keys, they've had a rough go of it so far. Is pretty much every time we've tuned in, it's just been them getting abused off of spawn here.
Yeah, it's been rough, and now they come on over to this drop spot, right? Pamsu and Fatch basically punch their ticket out of the game here and on into the finals. And now, once again, just like yesterday, we see teams landing inside Greasy Grove, hoping to find a little opportunity here. And I'd say the most successful team after all of this has happened has always been Jackson and Fable Taco, because they have a drop spot that's just outside of it. So, if anything, they rotate in and try to get a piece of the chaos, piece of the craziness. And this time, they don't find any elims, but hey, they find a few fights. They get to get a couple tags off, and for them, that's good enough to at least maintain this early game.
Yeah, it looks like Bank was the one who was able to pick up that first elim there. You can hear the rift going off in the distance. Like we said last game, it's loud. So they're going to immediately try and see if there's any shots going on. There's some shots immediately being thrown off. And Mamtating just hoping everyone kind of forgets about him. Hanging out over on the side. So we're going to hang on out with the duo we were so absurdly impressed with in game number 1, Sentinel Zypha and then Spexy. But since then, they have just gotten, their gameplay's been completely overturned by Storm Surge. We've seen them go down to it the past 2 games with very little recourse.
Yeah. Listen, big rooting for Zypha and Spexy right now. I like that they're actually taking this early game fight. They're not trying to have the same, double Storm Surge issue happen like they had last round here. This time they're going for the full fight. Seems like they're in a bit of control here, but Spexy based out by himself. Zypha playing a bit of a low ground position. Seems like that's not going to work out here, as they have to give it up now at the disadvantage. So no longer
one build.
2v1 situation, goes for the face check on double SMG. I mean, that is definitely going to be a bad play. You know it. We know it. And now we get to see what happens when that happens. Zypha has to do this by himself here.
Such a weird fight. So many excess builds burnt, and then when he opts to take it, he takes the fight with 1 build, so he can't even separate the players. Zypha was nowhere near to be able to help out when he's the one who has the heavy shotgun, which in this circumstance, we already talked about how strong this weapon can be early on. But now our duo, who looked amazing after game 1, has really just got their tires stuck in the mud. They're going nowhere.
Yeah, stuck in the mud here. Need to Couple people to push him on out, but fortunately it's only 1 and 1 to work with here. Zypha doubles back when thinking about making an exit. I guess he realizes, hey, it's either swim across the water with no builds or take the fight and take my chances. Fortunately, the chances were not on his side here. No favor, no luck for him.
So we're going to take a look at some of the other off-spawn fights that we might have missed around the island into the back half here. You can see Enka's trying to get some shots down with that MK7. Does have that auto shotgun, but then just gets run down. Av doing his best to try and close the gap, but again, we talked about that strength of the auto shotgun off the rip. Here was the other side, that Mamtating and Keys fight when Keys just gets pieced out and put away the cone immediately on top of his box. Mamtating doing a good job just trying to back off his opponents in this circumstance, but with everyone around, you could see how he's able to disengage and just get around the side and get out of dodge.
Not bad at all. Things are going down around the world here for Slacks and Clarity G, holding on, just consistent enough now. Edge their way up another positioning here. Currently in 8th. Let's take a look at the map right now. Zone number 1, minute 20. Teams are having to make their rotates here. This is where decision comes in. Where are you going to decide to house yourself up for the first zone here? The more experienced teams are going to be looking for elevated points of action here. Bushes in play like Skittles and Tragics here, like this as well. Yeah.
Currently, right, you can see just nice little gap in the action during this moment. Teams not really pressured yet. You'll anticipate that we'll see a little bit more poking and prodding once this first zone closes, because then we'll get second zone reveal. Teams will be forced to move relatively central, so not a ton of movement has really happened now anyway. But we'll get the storm surge warning, so people will know whether or not they have to go or whether they can sit and chill.
That is exactly how it'll play out. That's the pacing here. In the lead right now, Avery and Muzz. Just good enough, right? Just good enough. Flowing, I'd say, at the top of the pack here.
Just good enough? They're in first place. What do you mean? Just good enough would be 6 right now, right?
I say that because, remember, when teams win, their points are extracted out, right? So, like, you know, they're up there. 3 teams move out. They get pushed even higher. They get to represent first for a little bit. All in all, yeah, just good enough, man. They're doing all right. Another good game, and we'll see them in finals.
Like I said, I'll take being in first place right now as we see that second zone reveal. We don't keep going over the east. We'll stay just central towards kind of that northeastern part. But one thing to note, we got a big mountain range towards the southern side that a duo has already posted up on. And then the entirety of that daily bugle POI is in play. And we've talked about how that POI provides a lot of really interesting dynamics when fighting around, whether it's in the early game or in the late game, just because of how those mountains tend to move. But right now, we're going to swing back on board with our just good enough first place duo, Cloud9 Avery, Team New Age, Muzz with the 3X in his name, and the only player to win an FNCS in multiple regions.
Only player who can rep that 3X proudly right now. Muzz trying to see what he can find. Any pixel, any tag here would be huge. Playing a base split as well. Haven't seen that in quite some time. Teams just housing up different areas to get more sightline, more control.
Well, then I know for a fact you don't watch West in that regard then, because Epic Whale and Arkham were doing that. They've been doing that 24/7 the entire time, man. That's their special. Every Cash Cup, every FNCS game, they're still a big fan. 2 scarecrows next to each other.
That's the play. Definitely the play. These players need to pick up these strats, throw it into the playbook. If you ask me, P got in the Liege, man. What a game for them last round. Now up in second here. Managing to clutch up. Tons of eliminations. The biggest round we've seen. 12 elims in total.
Yeah, but even looking at that gap, we talked about them being in second. We just saw Muzz and Avery on the page, and if I remember correctly, Muzz and Avery are at 114, which that's a huge lead going into first place. We talked about how 25 points on average per game has been about the pace going through. Well, that would put us at 75, which means they're 50 over. So about have 2 more games to spare in terms of points, but right now Tragics and Skittles. Take a look on the right-hand side as that Storm Surge warning does end up coming through 48 above, not necessarily the most comfortable. We'll take a look at some of our other notable teams and where they sit right now. 53 above for Avery and Muzz in the bottom left. 293 above for Slacks and Clarity, who are currently sitting in 8th place. That's in the bottom right-hand corner.
Look at this, Muzz and Avery, though. They're not happy with this 49 above here. They have a duo right next door, and they're trying to take this fight all the way through. Can they find a little bit more? Yes, they can. Muzz with a great angle, brilliantly done there, peeking straight up. Now they have opponent underneath here. It's Static on the other side. I like how they're playing this. I like where they're positioned now, and they're comfortable. Not getting too greedy either. 144, they say, okay, we're good here. Let's slow down now.
Very disciplined approach in this circumstance, which is something you expect from a champion. But one thing we've noted about Muzz in particular is it's a very emotional player. Like, he's very strong when he gets going, when they can get a little bit of a base, as we've seen here today. But if they're not able to kind of get that stuff rolling, that's where they've struggled, and it's part of the reason why they're even playing in the matches here today. But we'll swing on over. Currently sitting in 2nd place, Alish and Pigod spraying some shots over right now, but they're 43 below. And as I say that, Pigod finds 2 tags, which generally would be enough to put you right above, but keep an eye on that left-hand side. Don't forget, the threshold isn't something static. It's always constantly moving as other duos are doing damage. And right now, we'll have 7 duos who will be affected in just 15 seconds or so. So there's going to be a lot of people who are looking for shots and want that number to go higher.
Yeah, it's going up and down right now as things are continuing to develop here. Danny Bat Bloom and Shicey as well. Big below, and they're in a full 2v2. This is all in. All cards on the table. Dealer reveal what comes next. We'll find out here. Danny Bad Bloom stepping on in with the pickaxe. Pigod sniper in hand. I'm keeping eyes on both sides right now. I would love to see the sniper shot, but we're going to go ahead and hop onto Danny here. See what's going to go down. Okay, they full HP up. They're tanking it. Juggernauts ready to take the battle now. It's all about tracking at this point. One false move and it can be it. Rhythm, great shot on defense there. Another heal for the teammate there, trying to offset the Storm Surge now, Sundown.
Then when fighting defensively against a team who's taking Storm Surge, all you want to do is just tag them and then back up, force them to waste resources because you know they're taking damage the entire time. Well, you don't have to worry about it. As we can see, Clue still ticking over. Danny also still ticking over. Luckily, he has that med miss, which will help upset a lot of it, but right there, Clue, he hears the shots, he hears the med miss. He knows that he's going to be able to have an opportunity, and he finds it. But somebody who needs an opportunity, they need a chance, and they won't get it. Our 2nd place duo, who's looking to rally behind the momentum of their 12 eliminations last game, falls before any placement points or any eliminations can come through.
Yeah, Mega actually found Pigod on the rotate there, so little cheeky snipe up for him. Surge must have been active. He must have got beamed as they were pushing into Zerx and Evasion there. Zerx and Evasion end up getting to secure Alicia's loot. They had a lot to work with as well. They were pretty much big chilling in that base before having to give it up. Rhythm and Shicey now walk away with those 2 elims. The first this game now. 71 players. Okay, so Surge is still active. There's a poor solo out there. Or a duo. Or duo. Trying to stay alive right now.
Yeah, it's a duo, and it's Nexi and Wrigley, and I'm actually shocked by this because Nexi has had a very good individual performance. We've seen him pick up, I would say, eliminations that are disproportionate to how his team has been playing. But with that being said, we'll actually have a fresh wave of eliminations go off as the rotation ends up coming through, likely happening on that eastern side of the map, where it's just so congested and the players are being forced to rotate past. But Nexi and Wrigley will be spared a little bit with 2 chug splashes left in their inventory. Keep an eye on that top left, seeing if any of the players who are relevant towards the leaderboards do end up dropping. But this was a little bit of a sketch rotation. However, they're going to find a nice little bit of space and get their full builds up pretty quickly.
Yeah, very bold of them to drive this vehicle straight down the main road.
Oh, yeah.
We've actually seen this zone give a lot of problems, believe it or not. These river locations can be very interesting, depending on how you end up crossing through. That current will surely take you if you make any kind of mistake there. Cracked an owl. Once again, cracked by himself. 2nd time now we've seen him in a very similar position where he's coming deep from the zone here. This time, not the focus of the lobby as he layers himself up. Manages to keep just a low enough profile right now. And the feed Skittles goes down. Nevify goes down. Couple exchanges here.
Some space given for Crack. Looking for a little bit of room, a little bit of respite. But we talked about that eastern side of the zone being very weird. You can see we got 3 or 4 different clusters of triangles who are directly on top of each other. Also, keep an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, Cracked is currently in 6th place, but being able to find that Elim is so huge. Being able to find the shots here and get a line that's going to give him more storm surge. But more importantly, again, we talked about you just need to be top 6 when all is said and done. And that line is so incredibly close. The etiquette's opened up, but it's too slow from the big HC and his duo. As now we'll swing on over. There's SMG duo, Aiden and Blasto, and Aiden just finding one over in the zone, reminiscent of a different Aiden back in the Winter Royale days, finding an Elim like that. As here's P-God and Elige going down to the Great Purple Thunder God. He will claim his toll. You weren't active enough in the early game, so unfortunately, that's it.
Skittles as well here.
Oh.
Just melted by Slacks and Clarity G. Just trying to farm his meadow up. Spider-Manning across the map there. Web slinging his way about. Blaster and Aiden. Just on the outskirts there. Muzz and Avery. Sight lines right on them. They can see they don't have a cone up, so this is why Avery's marking them out.
Look at Slacks and Clarity's damage above Surge with only 2 eliminations. Nearly 700 above. That's bonkers as we take a look at some of our other duos. Tahi and Edgy above Surge for the first time in a while. Muzz and Avery are actually one of the duos who are close to underneath. 5 are going to be pressured here.
Long range shots not connecting at all right now. Don't let it fool you. There's some kick on these weapons. Maybe hard to tell, but getting those long range tags are pretty difficult here. As I glance on over, it looks like Blaster was taken out. What kind of bad peek did he take on someone for him to get demolished here? Could have been Dubs and Mega, who are now getting focused by Muzz and Avery. It's Slacks and Clarity G, of course, very active here, targeting those floorboards here right from underneath. They needed some damage to kind of get in there, and they just continue to pad up.
Yeah, right now they're walking in the kitchen, they're sniffing, and they smell something's cooking, and it smells like opportunity. They're in 8th place. They've already seen some other duos end up going down, but swinging over to somebody who really could use an opportunity in this game. 32 points, not horribly off the pace, but with Storm Surge and just an awful peek from Rivinacha, trying to take a left-handed peek with the MK, one of the most inefficient things you can do. However, it would push him just above Surge, potentially long enough to end up getting this revive, but they have to be careful as duos are dropping across the map, and boom, there it goes. It flicks over to 10 below. He's going to instantly have to use the Chug Splash on his partner, who's also using the Med Mist. That's on the left-hand side. On our right-hand side, we have Tieko and Gold, who we saw are just on the outside looking in on that first page, barely able to get back above it. But Rivinacha and Tyler, they need some more tags, and they need them now.
I just noticed Avery, look at that. Avery finds Chucky there with the full elimination in the feed. Muzz gets the knock. Nicely done. Rivinacha has to get active here. Only 10 damage below. That's a single tag with any of these weapons right now. And now just barely above. They double back here. What's the play? They're trying to get with one another. Rivinacha, no. Should have just kept slinging his way about with the hands. And now Tyler has to come in here. Dubs and Mega on the other side finally getting their footing here. 6 points and in the box. Dubs goes straight in for it. SMG only. Aiden gets a piece of his own medicine there, completely deleted by Dubs.
Zerk's going to find the other one there on the blast, so going to be able to cover their 6, and he's trying to get that legendary striker pump, but opting instead to then drop down and get hip to hip with his duo. We've seen how important that can be, but immediately not covering his back, it takes a big chunk of his shield, and with no big pot, he's not going to be able to top that back off.
Dubs and Mega playing for the win right now. Spegu and Charlie finally getting active here. We saw him get a knock before, didn't actually jump in to go ahead and complete it. But again, another one traded there. Zone's going to reveal itself. Front side of the rotate's going to play into Mega and Dubs, so they definitely have the advantage. So do Clarity and Slacks. This is perfect for a team like Clarity and Slacks right now, who have expended tons of materials to get this far. From what we've seen, the last we checked in, they were completely capped out. Now, about half that, if that. Muzz and Avery, same position. Tahi and Edgy, even worse though, down to a third of their mats here. And for the ground rotate, and this is what happens when you don't have material. You take the risk, you jump in a car, and now you have to connect. And yes, it is worth it. Look at how much they saved. That's about as far as they could have gotten there. What a risky play, an exciting play, and it works out for them.
Yeah, exciting there because we saw, I think it was Tahi there. He hopped in the back. He was like, yeehaw, let's go. Get in the cab. And Edge is like, what are you doing? Get in here, please. Get in the car. We need to go. And they are able to get that line we talked about on the front side of the zone where you're able to just kind of attack at a 45-degree angle. You take a perfect diagonal tarp. You're able to minimize the number of mats. But Edgy says, hey, wait, there's people behind us. They're on the struggle bus. Unlike us, we got there early. We'll turn around. And he's able to find that, get right back up to his duo. But now they're on the backside of the zone. As we get a look on the left-hand side, we got J-Man and Quack raining shots down from above the duck, looking for revenge, but Dubs and Mega are just below them. As now we'll zoom in on the right-hand side. Edgy is down, and Tahi looking for a run, currently sitting in 10th place, but with no white heels in the zone on his back, he will be taken down in 18th place.
J-Man and Quack on high ground, though, right now, as they're trying to set things up for the win right here. New players entering on in, looking to make their way to finals right now. 46 points on the day. Not too bad, so this is still a great game for them to keep them in the run. Can they close this out, though, is the real question. As Mega and Dubs are eyeing up the high ground, they get themselves a couple layers on up. And there's trouble in paradise right now. I'm looking at a lot of mythic Spider-Man hands in play here, so there's tons of players that can actually play for high ground. Zuck and Freeze have been popping off all day long. This is at least the third end game we've seen them make it in out of the 4 rounds of Fortnite so far, and it is looking awesome. It's looking like they might be punching up a big ticket game right here. Slacks on high ground again. Slacks fighting for height. Sundown, we were watching them go for it round after round.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Clarity is going to end up dropping there. That was the cost they paid, and if they had been able to take it together, 50 mats might have been enough in the 7th zone. But instead now, Slacks forced down. He's just going to be playing for as many points as possible because he is sitting in 5th place. He knows, hey, the victory here, while great, isn't necessarily what we need. However, on the other side, Quack and J-Man sitting in 17th and 18th with only 2 games to play after this. They feel this might be their best opportunity to get a chance to play in the NAE's finals. They want it here. We'll take a look on the wide. We'll see where everyone is, and then we'll swing back on over. I actually think Dubs just went down. I think I saw that real quick there in the Elam feed there. Mega should just be the only one up on that side of Slacks. Continues to solo run 6 builds, 5 builds, 4 builds, and it's down. Looks to try and find the duo on his side. 3 builds left. Sees Accept and Boyle over there. Will he be able to pressure? He gets cut off. 2 builds left.
And it's just
right at the backside.
It is just Mega. Mega's by himself. He's right above him. Into the layer he goes. Slacks finds Mega there on the side there. Catches the 2. Cease and Mega. It's a double point pickup for him. A nice little 2-piece. That's going to keep him in the round. Not only that, the double siphon means he's got plenty of material to work with here too. J-Man goes on up. Someone tries to take high ground from him. And it's a battle for height. It's not looking good for J-Man. He is running for his life there. And down he goes. It's actually Rhythm. Where did he come from? I don't know. But he is up top right now as a solo here. Like, what do you do? What do you do in this position?
Wait it out. Hope that zone pulls back over. Go through the long builds as long as you can. You know there's a couple other duos there. You just want them to fight each other. The real question will come when he's forced to go out over the open space. But right now, Slacks looking for a little bit of room to operate, but here comes the pull. There's the open space we were talking about, and the builds are forced out on the high ground. That was the last of his builds. He's going to be forced to come down. When will the chop come in? What's going on the low ground? Is it another duo is fighting? The 2 duos are on the low ground. That's Accept and Boyle trying to put the shots in, but everyone else is getting pressured out. And right now you can say Accept and Boyle are down. Now you got a whole bunch of solos running around, and then the duo, Jackson and Fable Taco. Wow. Trying to find a little bit of space, and Jackson says, what other duo Sundown never fly? 124 to the face, and the immediate cleanup. They're the last duo up, Monster. This is their game to win.
This is what makes a duo so exciting, the amount of solos that can end up in the final moments, but these duos are operating in machine fashion here. Efficient and clean. Let's see it though. Rhythm's up top, still putting down shots out of material. He has to be at this point. Where is Slack lurking just around? That's 1 down. It's all solos now. Every man for themselves, and one sitting deep inside the storm line. You could tell right there he's trying to play the heal off. What is going on here? Is he gonna be having enough? Jackson actually aware, not too comfortable, blocks that side out, opens it, finds him. Ritual has mats. Here comes the fake out. Can he pull a Nick 830? I don't think so. Jackson's out of there. The storm does the rest. Nicely done. It's still a 1v1 Jackson versus Rhythm here.
He's got the space, he's got the mats, but Rhythm has no mats. He has the HP lead. If Jackson overbuilds here, he might actually just end up giving the victory royale over accidentally, but instead, Rhythm, he says he feels it, he feels the rhyme, and he feels a trip to the finals. Game 4 goes over to him in what was a really weird one, Monster.
Man, Rhythm getting jiggy with it there at the end, making sure he brings it on home, dancing to the tune of his own victory royale right now. Take a look at it. Nice and clean. I can't believe Jackson actually opened up this edit here. And it was a little too soon. I get it. You want to catch him off guard, but it was predictable. And that was the problem right there. Shicey and Rhythm. Big win right there. Nicely done. They're going to the finals. What a game, though, for Jackson and Geopolitical. They pick up a lot of points. That's our windmill team, right? They've been giving problems to Greasy Grove all day long.
Yeah, and I mean, just a brilliant effort there from Milks and Rhythm to win over match number 4. But now we're 2/3 of the way through the competition. 2 more teams and 2 more chances at victory royales, and then 6 consistent teams to round us out. We're going to kick it back on over the desk. So Adam, SVG Vivid, break it down.
That is correct.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, game number 5. This is it. We're at the back end of the half now, and it's time to get after it for Pose and crew, for everyone else here. It's not a touchdown. Hopefully find your good weapons and win these early game engagements. Owl and Cracked have had quite the fight here at this draw spot round after round, and it's going to mean a lot here for Owl and Cracked, who have managed to find themselves all the way up into the top 10 here. So a very important battle is before them right now. Luckily for him, he is going to touch down, get himself a nice little AR and some shields to work with, and already legendary Vulture just nearby, so that just beats a nice little power upgrade for him in this early game.
Yeah, but the question is, does he want to separate over from Crack to go get it? Because we've seen them being separated off of the start tends to be their biggest issue. And we've talked about how Mamtani and Keys have struggled, but finding that massive heavy shotgun shot right off of the rift, that's the power of that weapon. You're not full shields, the headshot comes through, and you're just gone.
Not only that, first points here on the day from Mamtani here, who honestly, you know, maybe that's the difference, right? Get a little confidence rolling for you, make yourself a nice little end game there, and pull home a victory royale, and they can definitely see their way to finals. That's the beauty of the format here. Tons of juice to work with here now. Let's see, though. Back on over to Cracked, who have managed to get on top of the opponents here. Okay, so they are pressing for the fight right now.
Wanting to fight, looking for a little bit of room. Again, no strangers to these early fights. They've gone pretty well for them, and Owl is somebody who puts in the time and the effort when it comes to these fights. He knows how they go down and immediately crack right in his face, and some real questionable decision making there from Coop, knocking the builds out in the right circumstance, placing the ramp over his head and being boxed in. You can see there's a little bit of confidence now coming out from Cracked as he gets right in Poe's face with that auto shotgun, and he'll drop it as soon as afterward, but you can see the power early on of just having that high rate of fire shotgun.
I'm just more impressed in how much map awareness he had there to know there was a pillar there to play off of and just duck, bop, and weave right through those fired shots. It's just beautifully done here. Mamtani and Keys getting active right now. Okay, they're feeling it. Pick up Bank now. It's a full team wipe here, and Greasy seems to have been aired out. Don't forget, though, Geopolitical is just nearby with Jackson. Southwest here. Should be expecting a little rotate coming on in shortly. This is about the fastest, honestly. I think Greasy's been cleaned up, though. Last game, Jackson and Geopolitical got to take all advantage of the fight here. For Freeze and Zuck, we haven't seen them fight in the early game in quite some time. This is over at the, what's this, the Condo Canyon right now, seems?
Yeah, over on the side, some fights going on. We did see Zuck in that first game put up an absurd number of eliminations. I believe he was up at either that 6 or 7 number, but now trying to back down, currently sitting in 3rd place. Used the shield keg to just try and stall and delay, but got caught out in the open. And right now, the Big HD and Debucci de Beppo trying to end up putting the pressure on. And Zuck is really forced back here. He has some great weaponry, but not necessarily the HP. Trying to get back to his teammate. They do have the chug splashes and going to use that to top off his white HP. Will pop the one mini shield, trying to find the edit, slams down the iron wall. He says, no, you're not coming through that. Will walk out, but a horrible peek to walk out on. Couldn't even see his opponent from the left-hand vantage, and because of that, there will slam down a second iron wall, jumps up to take the 50-50, and he whiffs. Worse than me playing wiffle ball right there, but instead not going to be able to find the second one, trying to get the follow-up, but with only the uncommon striker pump and then the SMG and 35 HP is not going to win a battle of attrition despite having the stronger shot there. He gets taken down.
Honestly, you know, I've seen an interview with Clicks once, and he talked about what pros, like really good pros would do. They'll play aggressive even against all odds with the low HP. It makes me question it, the way you see Zug just jump on in so aggressively instead of taking a step back. But, you know, you win some, you lose some, and this is going to be the first time now where they do not best HD and his teammate in the early game there, and they pay for it big time. Elige, on the other hand, they are going to win their fight in the early game this time around. That's going to be 3 more points for them, bringing them on up to 91. That's great. They're inside a competitive standing, a competitive reach of the top positions. For Statics and Sneaky, they roll up onto HD here at the Condo Canyon because the fight just ended, and so are 4 more players outside the zone as well. This is just a hot zone.
Yeah, keep your eye on that bottom right-hand corner. You can see the triangles heading over, the yellow triangles towards the way North want nothing to do with that. But the other ones are peeking around. It looks like Flood and his duo are trying to potentially set up a trap, set up an ambush, try and catch somebody rotating through here. And if everyone just decides to leave, I actually want to recall back just a second ago, because there's something I'm very confused about when it comes to the Leash and the P-God fight. They're fighting Statics, who was over at Greasy before, right? He got downed, and then he got finished. Where was his duo? His duo wasn't on the map, wasn't in the same grid space, wasn't anywhere even remotely close. I was trying to put that together in my head because P-God and Leash, I was about to say, oh, they need to push the duo and like get as many points as possible because they've kind of stalled here, and that would have been huge for them. And then I started looking, and he wasn't anywhere on the map.
Asking all the right questions to all the wrong people right now. So,
right? I know. I just...
Yeah. No, seriously, though, it is a good question. Where is your duo? You have to stand and land with one another. You just cannot be that far spread, especially when we can't pinpoint you on the map. That's when you know you're a little too far, regardless of whatever the split drop you're trying to pull off is.
Yeah, throwback to the 72 hours at Secret Skirmish drop where he just looked at his duo and he said, hey, there's nobody in these 2 spots. We'll just drop separately early game and we'll meet up in the mid game. It actually worked in one of those games, but it's not something that is generally ever seen in competitive Fortnite because of how dangerous it is to be caught out alone. But looks like Condo Canyon, everyone just kind of grabbed a timeshare in that instance, spending a couple minutes there, then rotating through. No violence going on, no kind of poor or malignant tenants going through, and now we'll swing back on over. Like I said, P-God and Elige back into 6th place, right on that line with just a single Elim and a llama to their name.
Ooh, nice find right here. It's a big come up for them. Honestly, they didn't really have much mats to work with. You could tell they were just building with a little bit of wood, some stone that they picked up along the way. Here's Quack and J-Man baiting a chest. We can hear it. But Mama Ting and Keys, they've been here for quite some time, right? They caught a couple Elims. They got the Siphon. They don't really need this material. They don't need all the loot here in the POI. If anything, they're probably looking to go set themselves up for some key central positioning for the next couple zones. So J-Man and Quack, love the idea. Unfortunately, wrong POI for the team that landed here at the current moment.
Do you know how disappointed I am in myself that it took me this long to realize that mamtating is dictating? Yeah, right? Nope. Dude, I you know, like, again, consistent branding going through, like, would have had a bunch more relevant facts about you, but please name yourself something where we can at least put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, Dictating is a good player. See, I'm here.
Yeah, right?
Like, man, Momtating this guy, you know, he's trying. Who is he?
Dang, I wasn't going to go that far, but I mean, you're not wrong in that circumstance. As the results speak for themselves, actions speak louder than words, and points end up mattering at the end of the day. But let's take a look at some of the fights. We ended up missing off a spawn because it is a little bit of a faster paced game than we're used to. We see Pose and Cooperoni over here at Chonkus. We saw the end tail of this from the other perspective, but Pose end up, unfortunately, just getting put into the blender.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the other perspective from HD's team here onto Freeze and Zug. This is probably the biggest upset we've seen so far as high-ranking teams taken out early. Our 3rd place team dropped right there if you are just tuning in, just to get you all fully caught up. And then, of course, that fight with Status, we were wondering, where in the world is Scare Bear? Like, where is he? Because somehow P-God and Elise are up here by himself, and before he can get the finish, he gets finished off right there.
Yeah, and I actually need to correct myself. It seems like Mamtating, it wasn't dictating as I assumed. I should have done more research. That's my fault. Never make assumptions. You know what they say about that. On that regard, it's actually Mammy FN. So if you want to get up and check him out in that regard, feel free. But maybe a little homage there, as we saw with Fatchy Fishy, the Benji Fishy, and all that. As you said, dictating, very good players. So, I mean, I could see why. But in this circumstance now, Surfsky Flood trying to find a little bit of room, currently sitting in 24th, so a victory royale is really what they're looking for, kind of on the outside looking in and gonna get that rotation in. And I feel like we've seen this, we've seen a lot of these zones, not necessarily today here in NA East, but down pretty much right on top of that southwestern quadrant with a lot of water and those windmills in play. So we're gonna swing on over to Cody and Edan, who are fighting right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, we've had two zones kind of be in this general area, but more eastern. This one's like a western portion, so it's favoring somewhat center, but really southern, to be fair. Cody and Eden, this is their general drop location, more up so towards the Joneses. They rotate down wide here, trying to play a dead side rotate. Little do they know, the timeshares over at Chonkers have been all used up and everyone's now gone. Probably expecting a little bit more of a vacant position as they need the material count to bounce back here. 30 seconds should be ample time with no one here to bother them to get their mats back up and back in the running here.
Though the one thing I will say, if you're trying to very quickly farm mats through this area, you need to be more efficient about that. Hitting those brick half walls is probably the most inefficient piece of material you can hit in that area. Yeah, it's not awful, but I mean, there's so many other ones that you can rotate past and so many other rock supplies that teams in that area hit max stone near instantly. So I would try and say be a little bit more efficient, be a little bit more conscious of that. However, as you noted, they got plenty of time, so as long as they don't get stuck on the outside of the zone, they'll be okay. As we take a peek, and our second ranked team, 163 above Surge. That's on the right hand side of your screen, so they'll be avoiding that 25 damage every 5 seconds. Only 3 duos potentially to be under pressure, so we got a little bit of a faster pace here. Match number 5.
And there's a team eyeing up Slacks and Clarity. Saw them on the map there just for a brief moment. Looking on in, eyes in this general direction. A lot of shots coming out from here. J-Man on the other side with Quack, though. They end up inside the box fight. This is what Slacks and crew were looking in at. That's onto Tragics. That's a huge knock right there. Tragics and Skittles both completely finished now. That's it. X out of the competition, sent back to the lobby. We'll be seeing them for Game 6Q here. One less chance for them now.
One less chance and one last chance in next game. So everyone else still fighting for position. We said Ducky here had a little bit of a rough day, not necessarily finding the nutrients he needs in this pond full of big fish. Everyone else just been kind of pulling those points there, but he is kind of aware of a little bit of a refresh on that side. Say, hey, here's some extra stuff. I'd love that big pot instead of the sniper rifle. What else is over there? But could he be opening up into a little bit of a bait? You see J-Man and Quack on the other side, and it's really dangerous to kind of challenge this alone. Zanky, though, going to come over and make sure he holds the ramp for him. They're going to swap out weapons, make sure they get everything they need, and they'll be happy about that. But currently, they're the only team below that storm surge damage. You see that on the right-hand side, right above the map. So they need to get some damage out, and they need to do it stat.
This is interesting. This is how much you can see a player like Ducky is going to favor the SMG here. He barely has any ammo, but he's like, nope, I'd rather have 30 in the magazine here and play with that for this next box dive for the Storm Surge than opt in to play with the AR in this instance.
Maybe holding the sniper, trying to find somebody opening up with that MK7, but nobody has to open up. They're the only ones who are under pressure. If anything now, they should be looking to just hopefully wait out one more player going down. They did have chug splashes in a combined effort, as we see on the right-hand side here. We have P-God and Elish. We touched on them in the early game, but As that Storm Surge keeps ticking, keep an eye on that top left-hand corner on the left screen. 71 players, only one player has to fall. And at some point, you might make a decision to sacrifice your duo to get Storm Surge to turn off because you just keep burning extra utility. And that's what's ultimately going to end up happening, whether they want it or not, as Zenki goes down and will swing on over to Pigot and Elige.
Pigot and Elige looking very nice right now. And Zone kind of favors them. Ends up coming west, went over to this side. This is where the majority of the players are as well. This Greasy Grove drop has been super hot today. Even more so right now. J-Man and Quack, though, making their way around the outskirts. I was going to say trailblazing their way through the builds there, but no one was behind the wall. It was a blind guess to see if someone was going to reveal themselves. They've been sitting in this home, by the way, for quite some time. Remember, they were still baiting that same chest out just a little bit ago. Now seeing enemy builds in here, so I'm assuming some ambush took place as they have 2 eliminations now.
I mean, who can resist the sound of a chest? Hear it glowing, you're like, oh, there's a chest in here, I gotta go find it. But I mean, if somebody is standing just completely still, waiting for you to come around the corner, maybe you're holding your interact key, it takes you an extra half second to throw a build in their face, they're able to get a cone down. I mean, ambush is one of the things I talk about. It's kind of that old school battle royale tactic, right? Where you hide around a corner and somebody's not waiting for you. Like, Fortnite players have gotten so used to being able to triple edit, box somebody up, and throw a wall up in your face that when somebody's hiding right around the corner of a wall, like, you're not used to that kind of jump scare, that kind of surprise, and it takes a second.
I mean, how many times back in Steamy Stacks, that coastal chest, and you sit behind the door, we've seen the player jump out and catch an elimination, always in those same kind of locations. It's always those oddball chests. There's a couple real easy ones to prime up, find some ambushes going. But look at this, Jackson and Fable Taco. This is their general home. This is their general terrain. They play very regularly out of here. Now having 2 games, 2 zones, pretty much favor their overall spot. This could be the little bit of luck they needed.
Oh, such a great pull. Whoa. Look at that. Look at the materials coming in for them. They already had double gauntlets. They get a launch pad. They pull whatever shotgun they want. That's a shotgun upgrade. That's ammo upgrade. That's just shows how strong those mythic web shooters are.
Yeah, they can just do them all. Rotate and, most importantly, pull in the loot. However, can't use them very well offensively to get inside the box like a harpoon can, or as a weapon item. So there are benefits to both sides, just in terms of playstyle and things you can do with them. Oddly enough, the zone comes, once again, much more centralized. There's barely anyone in the zone right now. A lot of players are going to have to make a move here.
Yeah, one of the biggest things about this zone, I don't think we've seen this so far today, there is no natural high ground. I mean, literally none. There's about 3 or 4 spots on the map where this can happen just because there's so much variability in terrain on the Chapter 3 map. And this is one of them, which makes it very interesting because normally in that circumstance, teams are able to get a high ground position without a ton of material investment simply because they were there earlier. That's no longer the case, regardless of how early you showed up, unless you box up on top of one of the rock deposits that were here originally. There's only like 3 or 4 over this entire nice little grassy field. You have to invest hard mats pretty much now if you want any form of a strong position.
I feel like this is where who's got the zone war skills, who knows how to play off a flat ground and really make it work. It's about as creative as it's gonna get for a Fortnite lobby right here. You called it. Tahi and Edgy on the low ground right now. No height to them. They got to be careful. These grid spaces will start to get weird on these types of areas where things aren't necessarily completely even. You can also see grass being set ablaze off in the distance as well. I do wonder if that's Cease kind of player who will just create that little bit of chaos.
You know, some men just want to watch the world burn, and Cease is one of them, chucking those fireflies all over the place. But Storm Surge warning comes in on the right-hand side. We started at 68 players, and that's what kicked off this flurry of action. You can see one of our teams, yet again, they don't struggle with first surge, but they struggle with second surge. And this has perennially, I don't want to say perennially, but typically during this FNCS, been a problem for Elige and Pigot. They're on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, K-Burbs, again, trying to just drag Sparebow with him, do everything he can to get every individual individual point. He's sitting at 67. He's not necessarily too far on the outside. I think that was an elim for him there, actually, though. You see the +3 points coming through. No, not going to be. It was just the placement point coming over, but he was able to get himself just barely above Surge. But now on the left-hand side, 2 below, 38 below, 27 below, and that time is ticking. Here comes the damage, but instead, here comes Elise straight into the box, and he gets a great opportunity to end up segmenting off J-Man, but he doesn't get the elim, and now 11 above to 6 below. The damage is going to come through. They're going to burn all of their valuable chili chug splashes, and they're going to have to find shots quickly.
That's when you know it's bad. They have to get with the program here and find this tag. It's only 6 damage, and it's cost them so much already. All they have to do is really just cone them off and hopefully find everything. But no, J-Man's gonna answer back. Big tag there, just enough for the Surge to do the rest. That's a siphon that's gonna go to J-Man as well. He's got all advantage here, and our 6th place team is now down and out. No more points to be earned for them here. It's gonna come down to the last game for Elysian P-God, and that is just the type of pressure they're gonna have to operate with, by the way, the world watching, because you know their fan bases are there, glued to the screen like we are. For K-Verb and Sparebow, though, they also have a fighter's chance here. Up in 14th now. Avery and Muzz leading the pack here, 30 points ahead of the competition, sliding, coasting, and cruising their way in. This is definitely enough. We'll be seeing them in the finals, but hey, they're here to take away opportunity from everyone else. They're not going to make it easy.
Well, if anything, for the teams in the top 6, you're hoping, or even in the top 15, you're hoping Avery and Muzz win the game. Yep. And they just pull their points out of the pool because it makes it that much easier. If you're a team who's outside that range, you're hoping they don't. You don't want to see that victory route go over to them. You want to pick it up yourself because you know they're already going to go through anyway. So it's an interesting dynamic. You can see the left-hand side, which one of our duos are directly on top of each other. As we've noted, nobody wanted to spend that early investment of their hard mats. And Monster, everyone, and I mean every single duo, is 1, 2, or 3 grid spaces on the map. Nobody has even gone 4 grid spaces up yet.
Yeah, no. This is the way the map's just making it work out right here. This zone favoring these flat areas. No one's looking to over-invest. These pros are just not needing to commit that much too early. Cracked is going to find a couple shots here. These are great tags, by the way, and a steal on the elimination there as he gets the final shot off. Perfectly done for him. That's going to give him another little point swing here. Clarity and Slacks, however, are under some big pressure. Down goes Slacks there. It's up to Clarity. No, he gets wiped out in 23rd, only earning 2 placement points, and that is to Spexy, who has finally now made themselves another endgame appearance after that game 1. They were a little bit cold, but is this the place where they finally come back and answer? Cease, however,
heat up.
No elims for Cease and Duo still. Remember, they play for placements all the way.
No elims, but they're nearly 500 Storm Surge damage above, so they can just chill and keep playing in that regard. While everyone else is going to be threatened. A third of the lobby right now is going to be threatened by that Storm Surge when it comes down. But bigger, the rotations are dropping people like flies. Right now you can see Fable Taco ended up being costed on that play. We talked about what a great position they were in, but all of a sudden now it's Jackson as a solo just continuing his run. Nexi with a still great individual effort picking up a pair of elims, but you also see Tahi got a pair on the right side of the screen. Edgy and Tahi trying to make a run at it here in the later zone. As we're into our top 20 trios, the placement points continue to keep taking over, and right as I call a name out, Tahi unfortunately ends up being taken out. Jackson now under a little bit of pressure. That's the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, Edgy on the back side of the zone, but gets a little bit of a bounce back, gets a little bit of a line, and he'll find a great rotation the front side of the zone.
Cease found J-Man too, so the first elim on the board here for Cease. Nicely done. That's going to bring him on up to 7 overall in the tournament. The least of our players inside the top 6, but hey, you do what you need to do to earn your placement points. Cracked, however, is on the other side looking for elims here. That's going to be a huge tag there. It's going to go for the finish. A little bit of greed sets in there, and no, instead he backs off. On height though, Elite and Cease managed to come on over, and it only took them 1 elim to do it. 1 well-timed executed elim here, and all of a sudden now the world is in their grips here. What can they do? Veterans in play here though. Jackson and Fable Taco. No, Fable Taco down officially here. Jackson slides on into 2nd place, but it's so close. If they go down now, they're gonna slip down a little bit, and they do.
He went down, but I believe one other player went down before him, so he finishes in 13th, but then 14th, just one extra point going through as we're going to swing it back on over. Larson and Smite trying to challenge towards that top 6, currently sitting 98 points. They're looking for triple digits, bottom right-hand side. Cracked continuing his run. He's on 6 eliminations by himself. A couple more will trickle through. They're on 8 as a pair. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Elite and C still holding that high ground. They're currently sitting in 3rd place. Anybody who's in that top 6 will be happy to see them end up going through, but Cracked gets his shield cracked himself. It's all going to be on Owl with no builds on the backside of the zone, just spraying away with that SMG, trying to find a little bit of space to pop that small pot, and he'll do it. Larson on the top right-hand part of your screen has the pepper popped, and he's looking to pop some of the shields on the backside of the zone. Finds a huge shot there onto Flood, who will just get drained away, and then he follows up immediately. The Stinger swap hits some of his shots, but not all. The Iron Walls end up going down in his face. The Peace Control and his duo will end up cleaning it up, but Voyle also ends up getting a pair on the other side.
And there's a big battle on low ground here between Larson and Smite. Smite's still going to stand up now. 7 eliminations. Look at high ground. High ground's actually no longer safe. Cease and crew have also been fighting for it, defending off players that are trying to go on up. There are still Spider-Man hands and Mythics in play here. Voyle and Except hunting down this low ground all the way. Look at this. Cease and crew just barely holding on. Moo is sneaking up from behind, though. It's not completely over. Smite finds one. That's onto Voyle. Nicely done here. That's 8 eliminations in total. Little Siphon to stay up. No more math for him. And now Wanted and Moo are on high ground. Cease goes down. No victory for them just yet. And an exchange from Smite. Smite is going crazy. This heavy shotgun from range. I want to see that from the other side. That was insane. But Moo, what can you do here as you have to clutch this one up? You are basically in a solo now. His teammate is down. There's only one other duo alive, and it's Spegu and Charlie.
Yeah, and then 2nd place, Owl just trying to get as many points as he can going into the last match. Really wants to cement himself into the top 6. And the 1v2, no builds, MIH, Mulabuka, Spegu, and 33 Charlie. Will Spegu and Charlie be able to do it? They're in 13, so still plenty of chance for the top 6 for them, but they want to cement it right here. Mulabuka trying to get the pressure down. He has plenty of bullets, plenty of shields, but Monster, no builds, no white HP. That's going to make a 1v2 in his win conditions very limited.
I almost want him to just fake the launch pad. I don't know, throw some mind games around right here. This is going to be a very tough fight to win here. Charlie and Spegu, they've been in these end games before. They know what to do. They work together. They jump up and they close out the game. Nicely done there. Hats off to, of course, Moo, one of the newer players, big competitors here, and Fable Taco and Jackson Pool on another accurate one. But it's going to be Spegu and Charlie, the vets themselves, the young grinders too. They go all the way to finals.
Yeah, Spegu and Charlie, but they're fantastic. You could almost tell there was a 3, 2, 1, oh, we're going. And they immediately went forward knowing that, hey, one of them were going to be able to pick it out. And honestly, props to them for winning just what was an absurd, and I mean an absolutely absurd exchange of attrition on the low ground. Just so many different duos dropping in and trying to stake their claim on the game. And they were the ones who came out on top, and they'll receive that prize of a ticket straight to the finals.
All the teams we've seen win so far are teams that have taken victory royales in a big stage before, so no surprise.
On NAE, that's why this region is a beauty.
It's just been a alleviate a new opportunity for someone down low, or we see a big comeback, a big strike up for a win here, and someone who's been having a rough day secure themselves the finals.
Yeah, you are never out of it until you're eliminated in this match. There's always a chance, the Victory Royale being an automatic ticket to the finals, but there's also those 6 consistency spots up for grabs, and we'll be keeping an eye on who drops. We'll keep you updated on the storylines all the way along the way, because this is it. This decides who those 50 duos who are going to be competing, not only for all the money, all the clout, but that Axe of Champions, and enough is enough. One more match, game number 6. Let's go.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to fight fire with fire. Game number 6 is here. Dig deep and bring it on home is what the players are thinking, as we're now starting to touch down. Our game leaders, our current point leaders, Avery and Muzz, have had Coney Crossroads to themselves the entirety of the day, and they have made such exceptional work with what they've been handed here. All the loot, taking it to endgame, finding their elims. It's just been a master play from Avery and Muzz. and others alike. Some teams have been out there really shining. Man, I got to give it to Elite and Cease. That duo right there has been truly impressive. Just a couple of Elans shy of running away with the train.
Yeah, and Cease is somebody who I would like to talk about, because when we talk about veterans and going all the way through as we get this fight going down yet again at Greasy, everybody just loves to talk of CS Keys. Going to be able to find, again, putting in work with that auto shotgun seems to be one of the stronger weapons when it comes to these early game fights, as we do have Mamtating, aka Mammy FN, sorry, dictating, my bad, I apologize, trying to clean up on the other side here and push out Unrealana and Bank yet again to kind of rescue a little bit here potentially in the final game, as they did have a rough start coming through. But going back to Cease, I mean, a lot of people don't know this. He's been around since the early skirmish days, back when you were still playing Monster, all the fall skirmish type stuff, and being able to compete against him. What people don't realize is back then everyone talked about like how good some of the players were. Cease far and away had the most eliminations in those matches, and it wasn't even close. It wasn't the Dubses of the world. It wasn't, as we see Keys end up cleaning up the fight there, it wasn't all of those players who were known back then. It wasn't the Mitro who was dominating through, or the Benji Fishy, or the Mongrel, or the Stompy. No, it was Cease. And he's kind of shifted his playstyle from being someone who looks for all of those eliminations and kind of taking advantage to his opponent, and really developed and matured in his game plan, where he kind of sits here and says, okay, this is what we knew and need to do in order to be successful. And we saw that a little bit in the content piece, where he talked about how he kind of really focused on what he could do to improve not only his own game plan, but the people who he played with and teamed with.
Yeah, definitely. Way back when Elevate was still competing, back when Gangstars had Cease on their roster, and then 100 Thieves sniped them both up and had themselves nice little championship run there at WSOE, one of the earlier lands. There's so much history in Fortnite, and more being written here today as we're starting to lean into our most recent FNCS, the first of its kind on this brand new chapter here. But this is what it's all about, celebrating even new players and old alike, as Cody and Edan are looking to fight their way on up in 14th place right now, picking up their first elimination. Owl, though, forever lurking nearby with Cracked here, trying to see if they can get their claws in on a fight. Ooh, beautiful tags here by Cody to fend them off for a little bit there. Now they buy themselves a little bit more time here to get their loot going.
Yep, and I love this decision, dropping down and breaking the sideline on the southern part. If you've already scouted kind of this southern range and you know nobody's hanging alongside of it, this southern part of the map has an absurd amount of loot available to you. If one of them is carrying a harpoon, you can nearly guarantee yourself pretty much anything you could want from that part. But with that being said, it looks like they're just opting to take the long rotation, as they're going to swing on over. Currently our number 4 team has some tough games going through, but Smite and Larson down on HP, but Smite currently the one who's dictating the pace of this trade. But it looks like we have a couple other triangles potentially closing in on this fight, and you'll see that Smite's aware of that situation. He's like, uh-oh, get me out of here. We'll drop it down. Luckily, he didn't take fall damage there. Might have clipped something on the side, because it seemed like he was more than 3 tiles above, but going to opt to use one of those valuable Chili Chug Splashes. I would anticipate now that they just get out, right? There's no, if you're going to invest a Chili Chug Splash in this circumstance, you do not stay, period.
Yeah, they're thinking the same exact thing here. Too much riding on the line right now. They are not safe by any means here. Look at this. There is a supply drop right in the general direction of where they're rotating through now. Vehicle in sight here. But first, little pit stop here. Let's get some minis for the way. Projected points to advance through are going to be around 134, a little bit more than what we've seen the last couple of days, but right around that general area, guys.
Yeah, well, don't forget, one extra game today, right? So it's going to end up adding up. But I love this disengage even more now from Smite and Larson, because we kind of heard that whistle sound and the supply drop coming through. And yes, the disengage was smart anyway, but now you've guaranteed yourselves a launch pad. You're able to kind of get out of dodge, and we'll swing on over here to the Daily Bugle. Convicted trying to open up a very interesting edit. I feel like a peanut butter edit there would have ended up covering himself, but instead just goes for the single floor, and then he gets blasted. Blastro going to be the one who follows up on that after Aiden's first huge shot. He will get full confirmed, and now Aiden and Blastro sitting on 4 elims already. I mean, that's plus 12 points for them. They've got a little bit rolling here.
Yeah, definitely got some stuff rolling here. Taking a bunch of these players to the cleaners, hanging them up and drying them up. Just left and right now as players are... That's it. If you get taken out now, guys, your tournament run is over. Your FNCS opportunity and chance has been cut. So these are very significant battles, and victories are winning over here.
And again, even just making this far is so incredibly impressive. Don't forget, this is the best of the best duos in NA East, getting their shot here, minus the ones who have already qualified through. And Boxer just trying to get a little bit of space. There uses a quick little grapple to try and change the angle, going through doors constantly, which I really like because it makes the opponent think about going through. And then unfortunately, he drops on an iron wall, but he hops right up. And a great job from Glace to be tracking him. You can see him and Chucky are ring around the rosy, trying to get the pincer in there. But there's another duo who's hopped in line. Cue the Benny Hill music. Everyone is just running around trying to find something to do.
Yeah, definitely. I would hum it, but you know, copyright. Here it is. Glace and crew roll on up. Chucky and Glace find themselves a nice little elimination there. That's going to slide them on up to the 18th position. Just ridiculous tracking there, but man, way to stay nimble for Aiden to actually slip on out. Big chase going down there. Here's a Legion P. Oh my gosh, we're seeing some super serious battles go down. These are intense fights, guys. A Legion P God. This is again a tournament run fight on the line here. Same for Tahi and Edgy.
Yeah, for both of them. I was literally just about to say, literally both of these guys. Like, we saw just a gross performance from these guys. I believe it was match number 2, but since then, they've really stalled out. On the other side, that Tahi and Edgy, slow start, but have since been going well. And this is it. Whoever wins here will continue their FNCS dream. The other one will have it ended. The first one goes down, and will they be able to turn it around? Edgy's been taking out Tahi, needs to clutch it up, and P-God says, adios, no mas para ti, senor. Buena suerte next season, because P-God and Elise and Tahi and Edgy packing. One of the predictions going down there, but they will continue pressing forward and trying to make a stand, jumping from 11th into 10th on the back of those 6 points.
That is so huge because they need these points, and now what separates them are 3 eliminations up to the top 4, guys. That's how close that the standings were. So picking up all of these early elims is mega important here for Season Elite. Look, only up at 120. That's just a few points away here, guys. This is how tight the standings are. Season Elite still need about 10 points or so they cannot fall early. If they do, I mean, listen, question marks in the air for everyone here at this point, because you never really know. You just do not know. Moo down low with Wanted. We saw how close they came, that 2nd place in the last game. Saw the little reaction from him. He was definitely disappointed, was hoping he could clutch out and pull that win, but we saw what happened there. Yet that duo that was just a little too healthy there in the final game of Spegu and Charlie. So came up a bit short, but good fight for him. Now we're hopping on over, though, to the other side. A little bit more north we go to slack some clarity. It looks like zones in this general area, too. A little map shot here.
Yeah, and we'll take a look. This next zone looks like it's going to drop probably a little bit north of Covert Cavern. Yep, boom, there it is. Actually pretty north of Covert Cavern, but there are so many mountains in play. We're getting pretty much the complete opposite side of the spectrum from last game. We talked about last game, oh, it's so flat, there's no natural high grounds. Well, I mean, if we're out in the Midwest Prairie this time, we're going all the way over to the Appalachian. Since we're on the East Coast, I mean, there's mountains all over the place. Well, NA East, we're on the west coast of the map. You know what I meant, as now we're going to swing on over to MIH Mulabuka. 7W32 wanted here, trying to find a little bit of space. They want to post up on kind of the southeastern side of the zone. This is a great spot to be in if you're looking to rain shots in and potentially set yourself up for the second storm surge, because hey, Monster, first one's not going to be a problem. Check that number in the top left.
Yeah, definitely. The lobby's starting to cut down, but this is like peak Fortnite trail. They snapped their fingers and provided balance to the world. We had a flat zone, and now we're going to get a whole lot of mountains in play here.
Yeah, everything equally balanced as all things are considered, but right now everybody wants to avoid turning to dust and being the ones who stand at the end of the day, because do math real quick, only 7 spots remain, the 6th consistency and the victory royale. If you're towards the bottom part of the table, you're hoping that none of those top teams picks up the VR because you want it yourself. If you're in the top part of the table, you're hoping one of those top team wins if you can't get it yourself, so you have an extra shot, because I mean, as the boys on the desk broke down, that top 6 is pretty packed. There's a lot of teams who are right on top of themselves, and right now the number in the bottom left only matters to show kind of roughly where you are. That's because that's all gonna change as we get into the end game.
That was just a breath-holding rotate right there. Vehicle almost exploded onto Moo and crew. Would have been some big damage there. On over to Fabled Taco and Jackson, who managed to find themselves this mountain too. Textbook play coming out. I love seeing that these top-ranked teams are playing for the Mountains, really doing this right, correctly, playing these zones. There's a lot of players that don't really know how to play these or otherwise don't know the significance of having these types of positions. Mind you, Surge, when it does become active, because it inevitably will in FNCS, these tags being active right now is equally as important. Oh. For a second.
Just barely clipping the corner of his own ramp, and it's unfortunate because it looked like he was going to line up the headshot instead, just adding an 18 tag. And one thing to note too with this type of game, because we don't see Storm Surge in that third zone, teams don't get that nice little barometer, right? No reboot is going to come through. We have 35 duos, 35 times 2 is 70, so everybody's got a buddy with them. They'll be going into the end game like that, as we've generally seen. But you don't get kind of that check. You don't know, like, hey, how close are we? So people are going to have to be doing a little bit of mental maths to make sure they keep track. It's like, okay, how many tags did you have there? Roughly, you want to be, when it comes to the fifth zone in a general game, you want to be right around kind of 300, 450 damage to at least be comfortable and not be under. Sometimes that can creep up a little bit, but it's generally not going to be under that. And if you have 0 eliminations, it's really hard to keep track of that. Was that 2 tags or was that 3 tags? So some interesting decisions are going to be forced here in the fifth zone, as largely between now and then, I expect everyone to just chill.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? The Storm Surge not being a true factor right now will put some ease on the lobby when it should do the opposite. People should be a little bit paranoid that they can't be, find tags right now. They don't really have a sense of safety just yet, and it's only going to get more and more difficult because the fights aren't going down. Players are staying stacked on material and resource count. It's going to make it tougher to actually push any set of duo. As Moo, it seems like we were talking about that, breath-holding rotate. They got punished at some point or another. Not sure if the flames that were set ablaze from the vehicle actually chunked into their HP, but it's possible.
And there is no white HP in either of their inventory, and given where they're playing, unless they have an opportunity to maybe like scoop a quick fishing rod or something,
campfire,
I mean, you're not gonna, maybe a campfire down. I think there's a campfire actually right at that little shack that's right over there, but we're actually gonna get a nice little replay here in a second to see how he lost his HP, as Enkos actually picks up Zuck there in a second, and it looks like he's throwing shots out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. Well, get down, Mr. President. Mulabuka's taking that one for you, and luckily he caught it with his forehead, had the helmet on, but still going to really cut in there, and that's the type of thing we're talking about. He doesn't know he has to poke out for those shots, right? He has an idea, he doesn't know whether or not they're safe, and hey, that's exactly what you want to see, but boxing up directly on top of it, need to be a little bit careful. Luckily, also has a nice thick boulder there to be able to kind of top off what he just used.
Talk about the risk. Willing to go toe-to-toe with the trade before getting the material, before getting the HP. Now, though, it's a little bit of health for that. Not bad at all. I thought that was...
So I didn't realize it was a combo berry. Yeah. The combo berry going through there. I thought it was a med mist too. I'm like, oh, that's so fortunate. Who would just leave a med mist there? But
now we
makes
know,
sense now.
Now we know why he wasn't so in a rush to get to it.
Right, I was like, put the HP on. What are you doing? But it's better. Like having the extra 10 HP is better than not. But now gonna try a little bit of a central rotation as we're gonna swing on over.
P-God down.
P-God, he is down. It's all going to be on the back of the leash. They're currently sitting in 10th. We talked about it. They were the ones who knocked out Tahi and Edgy, and right now just completely on the back foot. It's all going to be down to a leash, but again, we've talked about it. Despite players having a penchant for carrying the Stinger SMG, no matter how strong it is, it's near impossible to clutch when you're using an attrition weapon. And as I say that, Elish says, well, hold this, hold my chug splash. I'm going in. He trades fantastically there, but he has to back up and use some of his excess shields. Doesn't cover his back, doesn't reset the wall, and the third party says, hey, what you doing over there? Do you mind if I get involved? Sprays some shots over Leech, just trying to back down, and P-God just keeps ticking.
Meanwhile, yeah, I was going to say, P-God is still up. Just a low ground rotate here. He's going to go and work his way around the outskirts. Careful, though. These are some enemy builds, and these wood walls are easy to get into. They don't spot him, but maybe that wall right there is a dead giveaway. Did someone else just show up? No, never mind. That's still the duo shooting from the distance here. Toe-to-toe with 2 SMGs. It's not looking too hot. He's starting to run out of mats. Coned up, and Elysian P-God gets shut down. They're going to have to take a rain check to the finals this season, unfortunately, as they lose their opportunity. But man, oh man, what a run it was. It became very close in the end.
Yeah, it's tough to go down that situation, especially when you have the rift right there. You don't want to end up getting caught in that type of fight, but now we'll swing on over. We talked about the projected points being at 134. Well, currently our 4th place team is sitting at 114. Again, that leaderboard in the bottom left-hand side doesn't account for ties, so could be a couple of jumbles there, but it just goes to show you how close kind of the top of that leaderboard is. That 20 points, even for our 4th place team, that's not an insignificant game. You still got to get in there and make the end game. As we have our 4th zone reveal monster, if you check the bottom right-hand side, we're pulling away from most of the major mountains, but on the western part of the zone, there's one real kind of high beam there.
Yeah, definitely. One big position to play off of. That's going to be the prime spot. That's right about where we saw teams rotating in from as well. Smite and Larson, though, I like this spot too. I mean, they're on a solid foundation in piece of land. They definitely have some elevation off the rest of the opponent, so is equally as a powerful drop here. However, Yuz and Okiss down at the bottom, bit of a sleeper team. They've been kind of lurking about there, kind of dipping their toes into top 6, falling in and out of it. They're now on the cusp here, on the bubble of doing something for this game right here. There goes Lyson and Smart. They just have to move a little bit here. Smite and Larson do make it on in okay.
Yeah, but look at Tieko on the right-hand side. Gold is down. I believe Tieko is currently sitting in our 6th place spot. He's, oh no, 8th place spot. They're actually on the outside.
Slipped out.
Yo, it's nuts. That 4th is at 114, right? Maybe 115 now with the placement point coming through. And we have 8th at 109. So you know how close the battle for that top 6 is. And now Tieko, all the pressure's on him. He's on the outside looking in. Even if somebody in the top 6 ends up winning, he would still be looking out. So he needs points.
And look at this. He's got Smacked and Casker down at the bottom trying to fight for this loot here. They know this is where they took out Gold here, and that's why they're trying to fight for this. Big challenge here. Very, very bold challenge by Tieko. He doesn't even throw a wall down either. He's just leaving that floorboard open for the edit, open for the sight lines for Casker. Very risky. 32 below now. It all makes sense as he's been keeping track of how active he needs to get. He needs another tag here. So does Moo. Uh-oh. Moo is also below. Yes, he found some whites, so he does manage to cap off, but they are below. 10 seconds left here. 12 players have to go down. Top seeded teams right now have to get active. A 7th and 8th place, and they're looking for it.
Here's a knock on the right-hand side. They're going to pull it back, and they're going to be able to min-max the Storm Surge damage. One of them needs to just hold the walls while the other one finishes off the Elim. They need that Elim. They can't let somebody else confirm it. They need to get the maximum damage there. They will be able to get it, and they'll get the resources. They go from 17 below to 63 above. That's huge with 4 duos who need to go down.
Still
Tieko,
moving.
though, on the left-hand side, it needs to end up going. And no, actually, as I say that, they're back below. We'll zoom back in on them as wanted. And Mulabuka are trying, Monster. They're trying, but it's not enough right now.
And it's not enough heals either. Look at this. Only bandages. Bandage is one of the most inefficient ways to make it through the surge because it's so slow and doesn't give enough HP to survive the ticks. Zen Tyler, however, also trying to survive the surge. They find someone in equal desperate position and they actually take him out. Nicely done. It's just a knock though. They need the finish. I don't even think they got the finish. They're just happy with the little bits of tags there. They're gonna back up here, start to pop their minis here. 170 damage below. There it is. Can they get the full finish? No, that would have been the second siphon. That would have been 6 more points. That could have been everything for the game here. However, Tieko still alive right now as well. Down to his last couple splashes here. Up above him is Muzz and Avery. That's a team that's not peaking, even with all the advantage that they've managed to put themselves up with here. Here's a team rotating. This could be the one golden shot for them. See some fresh metal. Can they get the tag here? Nothing pierces through. This is not looking good for Tieko. It might just all be over.
Yeah, but only 2 more players need to go down. However, he's out of utility. He's throwing the shots he can, but the zone is closing. Everyone's rotating in. It's a race against time. It's out of his control. There's nothing he's going to be able to do. He desperately needs tags, or he needs someone else to do it for him, but no one's even going down in the feed. There's no more knocks. There's a confirm, but that's from the surge, and it turns. He finds splashes. He finds some minis. But Monster, nobody's shooting. Listen, it's so quiet.
Shout out to the communication from Gold. Probably just let him know there's a little bit more heals left here. Armored wall comes down. Don't throw down too many of those. Be careful. You can't edit those. Here it is. One more Storm Surge, and then it's the final opportunity now. Just a single player has to go down, and everyone knows there's one desperate man out there, and that's why they are not making edits. They are not fighting. They understand it's not us, it's you. And everyone nearby is probably a risk, and no one was willing to take the risk there. That's what just happened.
right now we
And
got
look,
4 solos
now the
running
shots,
through.
Now the shots turn back on. It's over.
Everyone opens up, but Mulabuka, somebody who needs Elam, as he finds it onto Spexy. Unfortunately, Zypha is out, so despite the amazing effort in match number 1, their car stalled out, the engine failed, and they're left on the side of the road waiting for the bus next season. So we have Neverfight in the bottom left, Mulabuka in the bottom right, Larson on the top. 115, 114, and 112 now. Only separated by barely an Elam each way through. They'll be able to go through just keeping an eye. Does anybody go down as they all have their duos up? But right now, the big difference, Wanted with no shields. Otherwise, everyone else is mostly 100-100 as we get into the 6 moving zone.
Dude, Moo just literally Mythic Spider-Man his way across, hit a floor, and almost, I swear, looked like he was gonna take fall damage, but he managed to survive. Now he's split up from his teammate. They managed to find one another. It's getting very, very intense down here, but also for Larson and Smite, they're just holding on. 119 finally. Look at how close it is in the standings. 115 means that, oh no, Wanted falls. They're at 116, 2 points from 4th place. One single elimination will jump them up to 4th place. No one is safe right now. Not even Smite, not even Larson. Cease is going to fall in the feed there. Have they done enough? They did. However, we're leading just by a little bit here. I don't think they had enough Elans. They've been slow on the pressure there on high ground. Sparebow and Burbs, where in the world have they come from? They're now trying to run up this end game here. So is Mega. Mega's still alive here. Sparebow versus Cracked 1v1. Burbs is going to fall there. So now it's all up to him here. What can he do now? No longer in control of the high ground here. Another team's going to go on and control that. Fable Taco's going to fall there too. Oh no, another contender is down. Moo's in 6. He's barely got HP though. Keep him counting here.
Dan Smite and Jackson 4 and 5 directly on top of each other right now. 6th place. Mulabuka, no more shields, but he's swimming and finding a space. Shield cake put down, and honestly, oh no, it slid away from him. He didn't notice. It's just sliding casually away from him. He's taking the damage. And you talked about the streams monster. You have to be aware of where the current is flowing, and instead he was washed away. Same with his chances as the FNCS finals. They go down the drain. Quack up on the high ground, trying to spread his wings and fly, but he might need to dive down and get his feathers wet in the water as he only has 4 builds left. Still 14 duos up on their feet. Clue on the high ground with Danny, who also is sitting on 3 floppers, has the win condition in terms of the heal off, but we haven't seen matches go that long yet. You can see Sparebow picking up an Elam there right after he ends up going down as Mega still up trying to find the challenge. Jackson in 4th place, low ground. No builds, no mats, 1v2. He opens up, but that's the wrong door. Haven't you ever heard of closing it? He says no as Clue finds Owl on the backside. That's their 5th Elam monster, but the Elams don't matter. They need the dub.
They need to win this game. They don't have enough points. Otherwise, it's all about the victory royale here, and they're fighting. They're actually fighting, trying to defend this height as Chu tries to come on through, but it is enough for them to go ahead and secure it. Dubs and Mega also need this victory royale. They're somehow holding on. 2 mythics in play here. They can make a couple plays here if they look up for high ground, and they're thinking about it, and they're evaluating the situation right now. Yes, he also has him. Here it is. Swings on out, playing for the front side of zone. They're trying to play for these Elans, playing for the end game. It's a low ground position. Beautiful lineup right here, but the high ground is open. Gotta be careful, Dubs. He knows a little bit better than that. Mega, few layers above here, so a lot of information in play. Dubs now, sandwich, crushed down below. No suffocation in place though. Dubs goes all the way up. Beautiful shot. Big clutch comes through. Nice shot there. Zone's doing the rest. This guy does not have any health. Dubs might actually clutch this up. He now has control. The mountain is actually perfect for his positioning here.
But he has no more mats, he has no more mythic gauntlets. He's relying on the old builds. He's looking back into zone. He needs the ciphers.
Oh my gosh.
You talk about shooting fish in a barrel, but Dubs, the Spider-Man, he comes right up through. It's Coop looking to rip it away. Dubs trying to push it back down, but Coop does it himself. He falls down, but it's pulling away. There's only one mat, catches himself, denies the fall damage. It's Dubs on the other side. The winner will go through. It's all about the W. Dubs trying to mine the brick, gives himself a little bit of room. High ground taken away, trying to find the shot. Serbsky, will he be able to get it? Konet comes through. Dubs misses the first, misses the second, and Dubs and Mega, the veterans, do not make it through. The FaZe boys fall in the final moment, and Serbsky rips the run away to claim the final victory royale spot in NA East. We'll have 6 more duos.
What a game. Serbsky flying on through at the end there, keeping it extremely exciting, and that is the power of the Mythics in play. Flood in Serbsky out of nowhere. Come through. Power of the Shiesty tag, I think, is just the name right now. The players just literally clutching up when it matters most. Take a look at the winning shot right there. Both players just masterfully executing movement right there. What a game for them too.
I mean, the movement from Serbsky there, you saw the little dip, making sure he still had the right-hand advantage going through. I mean, it was so close using the utility, but what an amazing set of 6 matches, Monster.
I thought Dubs had it there for a second, though, the way he threw the cone up, but he made the edit and made it too easy as it broke on there at the very end. That was an exciting games right there. And hey, listen, we got all our finalists now, Sundown.
We have all 50 of them, but that's it for the NAE semifinals. Thank you so much from myself and Monster D-Face. We're gonna kick it back on over the desk to wrap everything up and show us who the last 6 duos are. So Adam, Vivid, SBG, close us on out.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Sundown, a monster, for that incredible display of casting prowess there on that last game. That was awesome. I mean, the fact that we've had so many teams drop out there as well. Big shout out, big GGs to our winners there going through the finals. But we lost Dubs and Mega. They're so close, Vivid, to getting through the finals. The veterans.
A flood of emotion goes 2 different ways there. Serbsky, he is absolutely on top of the world right now, like loving everything. Feels great about how he played. Dubs, though, he's got to be feeling just down in the trenches. He was in it all the way until the last moment. He played so well here, even Mega going down a little bit before right here, as you can see, and he just Spider-Man's up and he goes for the play, does some great damage, and here on out, he has the higher ground control. But it's been the story throughout these semis as they've progressed. The higher ground just doesn't have any resources over time and time again, and he can't finish it out. But he played it so well, and honestly, it just came down to a missed shot or 2.
Oh man, you're gonna be reliving that one, and that's unfortunate on both sides, but also awesome for Serb and Flood to be able to make it. I mean, those guys able to push through and make themselves an FNCS finals. You gotta be hype if that's them. Honestly, doing more than enough, and we're playing some flops. We have the Chili Chug, so he could have dove into Storm and tried to play the heals, but he's like, no, I'm taking this in my own hand. I'm grabbing this one. This is our final spot.
Love that final finish there as well. The final elimination to go through, absolutely extraordinary stuff. But I mean, we talked about this on, throughout the entirety of that as well. We lost so many big names. We saw Tahi and Edgy go down. We lost, I think, Slacks has gone, Clarity G. This is crazy. This is what happens at FNCS. There are so many unbelievable duos now in this region that inevitably some of them cannot make it through the finals. But as the boys just mentioned on the casters there, Monster and Sundown, we have our 50 finalists, and we're going to see very shortly who the top 6 were on the leaderboard. First things first, the Victory Royale winners early today who went straight through the finals. You can see here in game 1, way back when we had Ver and Creo. In game 2, we had Senti, which is Twix, Senti fan, and Chubbs. We had Pamstone and Fatch in game 3. Game 4 was Milks and Rhythm. We had Charlie and Spegu in game 5, and we just saw Serbsky and Flood join those 5. The famous 6 going through there to the finals next weekend. Let's look at the final leaderboard, the top 6, Vivid. Who are we looking at, baby? They've done it.
Wow, look at this. 27 eliminations for Al here. 160 total points. Going to be putting themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, we also see Muzz and Avery. They make it through. That is my prediction. I am so excited to see that. And another really good name here, Cease and